Граждане и гражданки Советского Союза, сегодня в 4 часа утра германские войска напали на нашу страну, атаковали наши границы во многих местах.
Good evening and welcome to Saturday, June 21st and Sunday, June 22nd, 1941. I'm Henry Chop, your host. Yes, we are covering 2 days tonight, mostly because, once again, I don't have a lot of broadcasts for Sunday, but it is an historic day, so it's going to be kind of exciting once you get into this stuff a little bit. We're going to start things off with Jungle Jim, then Front Page Drama, then Edgar A Guest. We have the Green Hornet, the Your Hit Parade Jukebox, then several news bulletins and news items. Then we have Winston, Churchill, then some more news. Then we have the Columbia Workshop, and then some more news. And even more exciting, after this upload is done, stick around because we are going to have a late show tonight. We're going to have a Saturday night movie double feature, and tonight's 2 films are Power Dive with Richard Arlen and Gene Parker, definitely a B movie. And then we have the A movie, Frank Capra's Meet John Doe with Gary Cooper and Barbara Stanwyck. So after we are done turning off that old tube radio, that's our time machine, we are going to step over to the big glowing marquee and step into that theater or get some popcorn at that concession stand, maybe a Coca-Cola, and we're going to sit back and watch a couple great films. If you enjoy the content of this channel, not only subscribe, but please donate to its upkeep. Because of the vintage radio, music, and films that we share, this channel does not qualify for YouTube monetization. Help motivate us to consistently post this wonderful content. We like to think that this channel is more interesting and entertaining than any other World War II channel on YouTube. Help us keep going by donating. In the expanded description section to this video, you will find 2 links for which to donate. One is for PayPal and the other is for a GoFundMe. If the GoFundMe link is outdated on this video, go to this channel's description or our latest video where you will find an updated link. Any little bit helps. If you love old-time radio, film, and music, don't forget to subscribe to this channel and click on the bell icon to get notifications as to when a new upload will premiere. If you are interested in World War II as much as I am, check out our other channel, the World War II newspaper channel. Expand the description section to this video and you will see a link that will take you there. Now I'd suggest listening to the latest upload to decide if it's your thing. Over there you will hear the Chicago Tribune read to you for between 90 minutes to 2 hours. You will get a much more detailed look about what it was like to actually live through World War II than I can give you just by sharing radio broadcasts. You will not only hear detailed news of the big battles and historical events, you will hear trivial facts about the war. You will hear news from the United States home front from the early stages of U.S. mobilization and war protests to Pearl Harbor and the ramping up of the war machine to the final victories and reconversion. You will hear every facet of American life change forever. Well, tonight was a pretty historic night, June 21st, 1941. It would have been June 22nd when this stuff started taking place at that location. But in the United States, it would be the evening of the 21st. We're going to start things off with the syndicated programs, Jungle Jim and Front Page Drama. And the Front Page Drama episode tonight is The Queen is Dead. And then we have Edgar A. Guest, and that episode is titled Hunting. And then we have The Green Hornet and Walkout Without Profit. Now, all these programs are on the 21st of June. And then following The Green Hornet, we are going to count down the top 10 records of the week with me as your DJ. Do we have a new number 1 song? Well, take a guess. Last week, I think it was Intermezzo. Is Intermezzo still number 1? You will find out. And then we go through the overnight hours with several newscasts and news bulletins going on with the German invasion of Soviet territory. So it is going to be a very, very interesting night. Then we have an address by Winston Churchill about this very thing. And some more news and more news about it. And also we have the Columbia Workshop and their production of Daybreak, written by Norman Corwin, which is it's a great radio play, and we're going to hear it a few times as we go through the Warriors. It was dramatized several times on the Columbia Workshop. I know you're anxious to get this stuff started because I know you're looking forward to all the newscasts because we haven't had news in a good week or so. We're going to get our fill tonight, that's for sure. So let's turn on this old tube radio, that's our time machine, and give this stuff a listen.
Of Jungle Jim. The Adventures of Jungle Jim, broadcast weekly over this station, are dramatized from the full-color action pictures to be found in the Comic Weekly, the world's greatest comic supplement that comes to you each week with your Hearst Sunday newspaper. Join the 11 million adults and the 6 million youngsters who enjoy the world's greatest comic and adventure pictures by the world's best artists, featured in every issue of the Comic Weekly, which comes to you with your Hearst Sunday newspaper. Jim has bid farewell to Kitty at Puerto Rico and sailed for the mysterious island suspected of harboring the secret submarine base. Captain Kennedy, who runs an inter-island trader Jim is going on, has given Kolo a berth on his ship, which touches the island Jim is interested in every month or so. Jim's plan is to leave the large ship during darkness and somehow make his way ashore. His only means of contact with the outside world will be through Kolo when Captain Kennedy's vessel makes its occasional stops. The trip started off uneventfully enough, but when Kolo came off duty, he discovered a ticking sound like a clock, which upon investigation could only come from the forward hold. Even though a large part of the cargo had to be moved, the captain, Jim, and the crew finally located the ticking, and just as Jim suspected, it was attached to a time bomb, which he tossed overboard just in the nick of time. Shortly after that, Jim, in a rowboat, pulls away from Kennedy's sloop.
Boy, oh boy, this old tub must weigh 2 tons. What's that? Hey, let go of this boat. Who are you? It's you. Why, you little fool, what in the name of heavens are you doing here?
Oh, you almost hit me. Stop that nonsense and help me up.
Help you up? Where'd you come from?
I'm soaked. Give me a hand.
Why, you silly fool, how did you get here?
Oh, I stowed away on Captain Kennedy's ship. I hid in the locker, and when you were ready to launch the rowboat, I jumped over.
Yeah, I thought I heard a splash.
Not much. It was a good, clean dive. Well, are you going to help me aboard or not?
You little idiot. You got yourself into this mess. Now suppose you find a way out of it.
That's what I'm trying to do. And you're no help to me. What do you want me to do, swim back to Puerto Rico?
Look, young lady, that's entirely your affair. It's about time you learned to take the consequences for your own actions.
Jim, you've got to help me. I've got all my clothes on and they're so soaked. I don't think I'll be able to make it.
Well, just to make you feel more comfortable, there are sharks in these waters. And barracuda.
Oh.
There's stingrays. Yes, and electric eels, too.
Well, judging from the mood you're in now, I don't see why any of those wouldn't make a better companion than you would right now.
Have it your own way.
And if anything happens to me, it'll be your fault.
My fault? That's woman's logic. I suppose I invited you aboard that ship. I suppose I threw you overboard.
You're doing worse by not helping me aboard this one.
Of all the addle-pated, rattle-brained dames I ever met, you're the silliest. All right. Come on, give me your hand.
No, if you're going to talk like that all the time, I don't want to come aboard.
Come on over here, I said. You think I have the rest of the night to play with you? Now you will and now you won't? Come on over here, I said.
What an old bear you are.
All right. Come on. I'll help you up. Here, come on. All right. That's all. Come on, give me your other hand. Come on. Up you come. There. Now sit down there and shut up.
I haven't said a word.
And don't. Not even one word. Well, I'm waiting for an explanation of this nonsense. If there can be any explanation. Oh, you won't talk now, eh?
I'm obeying orders. Not even one word.
Oh, you are you?
Yes, I am. Am I?
Well, it's too bad you waited until now. You should have obeyed my first one and stayed in Puerto Rico. Come on now, out with the story.
There's no story. You left me behind.
I left you where you'd be safe.
Now, how can I tell my story if you keep interrupting me all the time?
Well, you just stick to facts. Don't be getting indignant at everything I say. You're not fooling me one instant.
Well, you left me behind.
You must have your own way. All right, I left you behind.
Right. Then after thinking it over carefully, I thought I'd better come along. You might need me, so I just came. That's all there is to it.
Oh, as simple as that, huh? She just came along.
I didn't want to stay there just twiddling my thumbs.
Look, don't you realize that this is a life-and-death case? And that certain phases of the government's defense plans hinge on its success or failure?
Of course I do. That's why I'm here.
Oh, that's why you're here. I haven't enough to do already. Now I have to worry about you, too.
You should have thought about those things before you gave me a job.
You couldn't even do that.
I was happy.
You may have been happy, but you couldn't even do that job right. Why, if you hadn't dropped that tray of dishes, you'd be there yet. I'd never have found you.
That would be pleasing me no end. But, Jim Bradley, all this bickering is getting us nowhere fast. I've done my share, kept to my end of our bargain. Now, why don't you keep yours?
Hey, who's supposed to give orders around here? You or me?
You hired me to do a job, and I want to do it.
Yes, and that job was to stay in Puerto Rico.
Now, how could I help you there? By mental telepathy?
Well, you'd be a darn sight more helpful there than here. At least you wouldn't be in my way.
Ah, that's where you're wrong. 2 heads are better than 1. And you'll be glad I took the trouble to get here. And believe me, it was plenty of trouble. There were cockroaches aboard that ship.
Kitty, maybe women should fight all the world's wars. They'd win them, too. By talking.
You're no oyster. You can talk plenty, but you don't say so much.
Look, Kitty, you're here. That's that. Now my plans will have to be changed. Now, keep quiet for a few minutes. There's some grub and water. Amuse yourself while I figure a way out of this. Kitty, this is the way it can be worked. Now, listen carefully. You and I are going to...
While Jim and Kitty are making plans for the landing on Bull Thorson's Island, one of the guards who patrol its shores 24 hours per day sights his boat with his binoculars. It's still too far offshore to distinguish much, except that it's a rowboat and has 2 seemingly lifeless occupants.
Frank! Mira! Frank! Eh? What you want, Ricky? Come here. Pronto. What happened?
Here, you look through the glasses. Huh? See, out there. That's a boat.
You look. Nothing come that way.
You look in glasses, you see for yourself.
Madre de Dios. You're right. Where he can come from? That's ocean out there.
I don't know where he's come from, but there he is, you see.
Of course I see. It's a boat. No oars. Seem like people in it.
How many people you see?
I see 2.
That's right. That's what I see, 2.
Now where he come from?
All I know, he's there.
Must be shipwreck. But why no storm for 2 weeks? No one can live out there so long.
How you know these are alive?
Well, maybe you're right. Then maybe you're wrong. You wait here. I go tell overseer.
All right.
And hey, you, don't forget to look at them. I come right back.
Who's there?
Big news I have. It's Frank.
Yeah, what's the big news?
Mr. Tom, there be small boat coming to island from east.
Huh?
No oars. Seem like 2 people in boat. They no sit up. They all in heap. Don't know if he live or dead.
From the east.
See.
You sure?
See, Vigay and me, we see in glasses. It be from east.
Wait a minute till I check this.
See.
Let me have the tower. How long ago did you discover this?
Just now, about 5 minutes.
Yeah. Hello, Bill. One of the shore guards just came in with a story about a rowboat bearing in on us from the east. Yeah. Put a glass on that area and give me a report. Yeah. Get it right away, will you? All right. Call me back. No sign of life, you say, huh?
While we look, no one move. But little mist out there yet. Can't see too much.
I wonder where in the dickens that boat could come from. You sure you saw people in it?
Oh, see. There be 2.
Yeah, wait a minute. Hello? Yeah, Bill. No kidding. Looks like a man and a woman, huh? Yeah. Have you had any radio reports from any ships in trouble out that way? Oh, the night before last, huh? Yeah, it could be. Very likely is. All right. Thanks, Bill. Yeah, goodbye. Come on, let's get right down to the shore.
Si.
We got to see who our unexpected guests are.
Now, Kitty, here's our story. Let's rehearse it once more, huh?
We're Mr. and Mrs. James Bradley. Owners, or I should say former owners, of the Nancy C. out of Jacksonville, Florida, bound for Martinique. 4 days out. Oh, that's the day before yesterday. We got caught in the tail end of a hurricane.
Right.
The rudder post snapped and we foundered. And the crew were in the other boat, but we lost them the first night.
Boy, letter perfect, I'd say. You've ripped your dress where those labels should be.
Certainly. I'm certain there's not one identification mark left on any of my clothes.
Don't move, Kitty. I'm sure I saw someone running along shore there. They could spot us easily from here. You're supposed to be unconscious now.
That's my part of the act. Now, how about yours?
If you carry out your end of the show, it'll be a perfect screen for me to slip ashore through the surf and maybe get by unnoticed. If I don't, our stories jibe perfectly, and we're just 2 shipwrecked derelicts.
You know, Jim, you sound almost glad that I took a chance and came along, if only for the ride.
Kitty, I didn't want to drag you into this job. I have a feeling it's going to be dangerous. But now that you're here, believe me, Kitty, I'm mighty glad.
Thanks, Jim. And good luck.
Boy, we'll need it. Hang on, Kitty. This breaker will carry us all the way in. Here we go.
The die is cast. Jim and Kitty are racing toward a rocky shore on the crest of a wave and expect the boat to dash itself to pieces in the surf. Don't miss the next exciting episode in the adventures of Jungle Jim. Remember, you can follow these adventures in the full-color action pictures to be found in the Comic Weekly, the world's greatest comic supplement containing the best full-color adventure and comic pictures. Remember, no other comic supplement can give you the top names of Cartoonland, like the all-star favorites to be found in the Comic Weekly. The whole family follows the fun and frolics of Jiggs and Maggie, the Little King, the immortal Donald Duck, as well as the exciting adventures of Jungle Jim and Flash Gordon. Join the 11 million adults and 6 million youngsters who every week find the greatest of home entertainment in the Comic Weekly, which comes to you with your Hearst Sunday newspaper. More thrilling radio adventures of Jungle Jim will be heard at this same time next week over this same station. Be sure to tune in.
Stay tuned next for Front Page Drama.
Front Page Dramas. The roar of the presses. Every week these giant presses roll and keep rolling at tremendous speed. 15,000 an hour until every last one of the 7 million copies of the American Weekly has gone through in full color. Great fiction, interesting features, factual articles, and color illustrations. All these are to be found in every issue of the American Weekly. All these go to make up the nation's reading habit. Another name for the American Weekly, which comes to you every week with your Hearst Sunday newspaper. A few weeks ago, the obituary columns of the world's newspapers briefly announced the death of Queen Natalie of Serbia in the convent of Notre Dame de Sion, Paris. Behind this brief notice lies the turbulent history of one of Europe's most colorful queens. It is her story that forms the basis of this week's front page drama, The Queen is Dead. This dramatic story is taken from the feature article entitled The Passing of Natalie, Most Tragic Queen, written by Marl Cody, former associate editor of the Literary Digest and well-known European journalist. It will be found in next Sunday's American Weekly. Our story opens in the spring of the year 1875 at the very expensive suite of a Paris hotel, occupied by Colonel Ketchko, an extremely wealthy but untitled Russian officer, his wife Anna, and their daughter Natalie.
Alex, Natalie, we have been blessed with the greatest of good fortune. Who do you think has asked permission to call upon us this morning?
With your social ambitions, my dear, it might be any one of a dozen crowned heads of Europe. Save His Imperial Majesty, the Tsar of all the Russias.
You may joke if you like, Alex, but it is one of the crowned heads of Europe.
Oh,
Mother, which one? His Majesty King Milan of Serbia. Constantine's cousin? But, Mother, Constantine is calling to take me out for a drive in the Bois.
And although he isn't much of a catch, I would much rather entertain him than that young wastrel King of Milan. Why, his reputation is notorious.
Be still, Alex, and you too, Natalie. This is a wonderful opportunity for us. I agree with you, Alex. Young Constantine is far from an ideal match for Natalie. But what you say about His Majesty King Milan is not true. He may have been a little wild, but then every young man...
Has to sow his wild oats before settling down, yes, we know. The responsibility of marriage always has a steadying influence and brings a young man to the full realization of his responsibility. Yes, I know that old bromide by heart.
But, Mother, dear, although we're not formally engaged, Constantine considers... I'm not in the least concerned with what Constantine considers.
Natalie, my dear, your mother senses the possibilities of a royal connection. And no matter how remote or minute the chance, she's determined to play it out to the bitter end.
But, Father, dear,
in the interest of family peace and unity, my digestion and your mother's heart condition, let her have her way. Rest assured, nothing will come of it.
Alex, dear, will you please try to take this seriously? We've spent a great deal of time, money, and effort in giving Natalie a finished education. She has charm and beauty and, well, if he must be mercenary, a handsome dowry. Do you want all this to be wasted upon some mere nobody? Come in.
His Majesty King Milan of Serbia. His Highness Count Constantine Constantinople.
I hope, my dear Madam Ketchko, you will forgive me for taking the liberty of calling with my royal cousin. Your Majesty, may I present Madam Ketchko?
I am honored by your presence, Your Majesty.
Thank you, Madam Ketchko, but please let us dispense with court ceremony. Your Majesty, this is Natalie, daughter of Madam Ketchko, and, well, almost my betrothed.
This is indeed an honor, Your Majesty.
On the contrary, Mademoiselle Natalie, it's an honor for me to be presented to one of such rare beauty and charm. You are a lucky fellow, Constantine.
Well, thank you, royal cousin. And now, last but by no means least, Colonel Ketchko, commanding officer of His Imperial Majesty, the Tsar's Foot Guard.
I am honored, Your Majesty. The honor and pleasure is mine, I assure you, Colonel Ketchko. Now, please, do not let us stand on ceremony. Let us drop the strict formality and be ourselves.
You are most gracious indeed, Your Majesty. Shall we be seated? Oh, no. Here, Your Majesty. Take your place on this sofa.
It would be a pleasure, madam, but my more fortunate cousin really has the right to this seat.
Not at all, Your Majesty. The attachment between Constantine and my daughter is really not that serious. Oh, they love to tease me about it. But I assure you there's been no formal announcement. My Constantine hasn't even spoken to my husband or myself as yet.
Oh, I see. Well, I shall be delighted to sit here beside her. Allow me, Mademoiselle Natalie. Well, here we are, Natalie, my dear, taking the last long ride. Oh, come now, cheer up. You're going to be a queen. Smile. Wave at the crowd. They love you already, Natalie. It's spontaneous. They really want you to be their queen.
I think you are right, Father. They're so very warm and friendly.
But I must confess I'm rather overawed by it all. It's all been so sudden, Father.
No one realized that any more than I do, my child. But there was no stopping your mother once she found out Milan wanted you. And his regent, Prince Michael, or the Queen Mother, had no objection to his marriage to a commoner.
But I'm genuinely fond of Milan, Father. He's so boyish and alive and spirited.
Well, as long as you and your mother are happy, I suppose I must be too. Although I must say I don't feel very kindly to those nations who slighted you by refusing to send their royal representatives to the wedding, just because you're not of royal blood.
Oh, it doesn't bother me in the least, Father. Poor Mama is the one who was really upset.
Yes, poor soul. But at least she has some compensation. She is by custom allowed to ride in a royal carriage with the king and his queen mother before the wedding.
Isn't it strange, Father? Here we are smiling, nodding, and waving to all these people. Yet they haven't the faintest notion of what we're talking about. I suppose they wonder, don't you?
Yes, but I'm glad they don't know. There we are at the cathedral, my dear. I hope you're not too nervous.
I am nervous, Father, but not too nervous to walk.
Here. Give me your arm, dear.
There she is, the ambitious Muscovite, the intruder, the usurper. But you will never marry him.
Steadily, my dear, are you all right?
Perfectly all right, Father. Give me your arm. Proceed with the procession. Everything is quite all right. The royal wedding must go on.
So, here you are, sulking in your suite, refusing to see anyone.
I'm not sulking, and I'm not refusing to see anyone. You know my condition, and you know that the court physicians have ordered me to take a complete rest.
I'm not here to discuss your condition, but my own. I demand this subterfuge and trickery over money matters cease at once.
There is no subterfuge or trickery over my dowry, if that's what you're referring to.
Call it any name you please. I still call it trickery. It is agreed that your dowry of 5 million rubles was to have been deposited to my credit in the state bank. By an accident, as your treacherous father so cleverly expressed it, the money was placed in your name in the branch of a French bank.
Where you could not get it to squander in your overindulgence on wine and immoral women, as well as on your wild gambling orgies.
What?
My father was wise, and I'll never go back on his wisdom. The money stays where it is, and that's final.
7 months I've tried to make you see sense. But no, you remain stubborn and obdurate. You continue to humiliate me before my court, my friends, everyone. My patience is at an end.
So is mine. I demand you leave my rooms at once. Go and sleep off your drunken stupor.
So you insult me to my face, you greasy Muscovite peasant. And take this, you. Stop, will you? I'll teach you to that.
I'm glad to see Your Majesty looking so well today.
Thank you, Count Stephen. I'm completely recovered from my long illness.
His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince Alexander, seems to share your wonderful powers of recuperation. He's all over his indisposition and is the very picture of health.
Come now, Stephen. Let's stop all this trivial talk about my health, or that of my son. There's something far more serious than that on your mind, loyal friend. I can see it in your eyes.
I suppose it is foolish on my part to try to hide anything from you.
Come now, Stephen, confess. What is it now? His Majesty the King, I suppose.
It is, Your Majesty, and this time it is serious, very serious.
Tell me the worst, Stephen. I'm prepared for anything. I have to be, being married to His Mad Majesty Milan.
You know of his mad infatuation for Madame Artemisia Kristich.
Yes, the wife of the Minister of State. That has been going on for some time.
The situation has developed into one of the deepest gravity. When the Archbishop refused His Majesty's petition for a divorce from you.
A move instigated by Madame Kristich. Go on, I understand.
His Majesty threatened to commit suicide. He actually made the attempt. This upset the Archbishop, who finally weakened in his attitude toward His Majesty and has agreed to allow His Majesty to issue a state order...
Instructing me to leave the kingdom.
Exactly, Your Majesty. When the scandal and unrest has died down and the incident forgotten, the King will persuade the church authorities to issue a legal separation.
Very cleverly and skillfully arranged. But what of my son, the Crown Prince?
He will remain here in the custody of his father.
They may issue all the court orders they please. They may banish me from the kingdom, separate me from that madman I married. But they will not separate me from my son. I will die fighting, sir.
I admire your courage, Your Majesty, but I am afraid you cannot.
I'll show them. Now listen to me, Count Stephen. Go at once and find the Crown Prince. Tell his nurse and governess to wrap him up warmly. Then hide him until a carriage is prepared. Let me know when it is ready, and we will see the country. Go now, obey me.
At once, Your Majesty, and God be with you. It is too late, Your Majesty. The King's men have overtaken us.
Halt the carriage, then, but give me your revolver, Count Stephen.
Halt the carriage at once, coachman. Look, Your Majesty. A crowd is beginning to gather in the street. It is good. The peasants and workers are loyal to you.
In the name of His Imperial Majesty King Milan, I command you to hand over into my custody His Royal Highness the Crown Prince Alexander.
I refuse, and I warn you that I am armed, and will shoot to kill the first man who dares to approach this carriage to lay hands upon my son.
Gracious Majesty, Queen Natalie, I am the Deputy of Workers and Peasants' Party, your loyal and devoted servant. It has been rumored that our worthless king, your faithless husband, was attempting to banish you from the kingdom. We hoped this madness to be averted. But no, we see for ourselves the king did not listen to reason. Stand back, you rebels, and order your followers to go away, that we may fulfill the king's order. We will not retreat an inch. I call upon you, my fellow workers, to show our loyalty to our beloved queen. Good, good. Then fall in with me and form a protective guard for her most gracious majesty's carriage. Yes. Now, with your majesty's permission, we will escort you in triumph back to your summer house in the palace grounds. And there we will stand guard to the death, or until justice is done.
Thank you, my loyal subjects, for this gallant display of your loyalty to me. To you, captain of His Majesty's Guards, I say, fall back and make no attempt to resist the will of my people. There must be no bloodshed.
I bow to your imperial wishes, your majesty. My men will form an escort.
Thank you. Now proceed, good people.
But Queen Natalie's triumph was short-lived. A few weeks later, she was seized in the dead of night and forcibly smuggled over to the border in Hungary, where armed guards were posted to prevent her return. Later, King Milan was forced to abdicate, and the son Alexander became king. Like his father, he was a weak king, and Natalie tried to strengthen his rule by a marriage to one of her young confidants. The unfortunate couple were murdered in their bed. Queen Natalie then returned to Paris and entered the convent of Notre Dame de Sion as a lay sister whose principal duties it was to beg alms from door to door and make clothes for the poor. From a life of bloodshed, revolution, and intrigue, she turned to a simple life of piety and charity, dying at the grand old age of 82. You have just heard the front-page drama, The Queen is Dead, a dramatization of a feature story entitled The Passing of Natalie, Most Tragic Queen. This very dramatic and interesting feature will be found in next Sunday's American Weekly, a magazine with the greatest circulation in the world that comes to you each week with your Hearst Sunday newspaper.
Stay tuned next for Edgar A. Guest.
Takes a heap of living in a house to make it home, a heap of sun and shadow.
From the land of the sky, blue water,
The makers of Land O'Lakes Sweet Cream Butter present Edgar A. Guest with Eddie Howard. A bit of music, a bit of verse, a bit of common sense to make your next 15 minutes a bit brighter.
from the land of the sky, blue water.
I used to wonder about him. I'd see him in the morning early starting away with his dog and his gun for a day in the woods, and I'd see him come back empty-handed. Most of my other sportsman friends used to like to brag about the number of birds they'd killed. But he'd come in without a thing, say he'd had a grand day, and one day I got him to tell me about it. This is about the way he described his experiences. Out in the woods with a dog and gun is my idea of a real day's fun. 'Tain't the birds that I'm out to kill that furnish me with the finest thrill, 'cause I never worry or fret a lot or curse my luck if I miss a shot. There's many a time, and I don't know why, that I shoot too low or I aim too high, and all I can see is the distant whir of a bird that's getting back home to her. Yeah, getting back home at the close of day. And I'm just as glad that he got away. There's a whole lot more in the woods of fall than the birds you bag, if you think at all. There's colors of gold and red and brown as never were known in the busy town. There's room to breathe in the purest air and something worth looking at everywhere. There's the dog who's leading you on and on to a patch of cover where birds have gone, and standing there without move or change till you give the sign that you got the range. That's thrill enough for my blood, I say, so why should I care if they get away? Fact is, there are times that I'd rather miss than to bring 'em down, 'cause I feel like this. There's a heap more joy in a living thing than a breast crushed in or a broken wing, and I can't feel right, and I never will, when I look at a bird that I've dared to kill. Oh, I'm just plumb happy to tramp about and follow my dog as he hunts 'em out, just watching him point in his silent way where the bobwhites are and the partridge stay, for the joy of the great outdoors I've had, so why should I care if my aim is bad?
Comrades, ever since we were boys, sharing each other's sorrows, sharing each other's joys. Comrades, when manhood was dawning, faithful whatever may be time, when danger threatened, my jolly old comrade was there by my side.
Vinny?
Yes, Mr. Guest?
Do me a favor, will you?
Certainly. What is it?
Will you tell right now that story you were telling me the other day, about your mother saying that bread and butter made boys strong and built muscle? I think our listeners would like to hear that.
Oh, sure enough. Why, that's the story about the neighborhood bully who had us all buffaloed when we were kids because no one dared to call his bluff. But one day, Mother baked bread, and homemade bread with plenty of butter, Mother always said, helped build muscle and helped make boys strong. So, after indulging ourselves, my brother Dick and I decided to test the truth of my mother's preachment, and we challenged our bully friend that same afternoon. And to our surprise, he started to run away. Well, now, this fella had always boasted that he could lick my brother and me at the same time. But after the vitalizing effect of that homemade bread and butter, he wouldn't even fight me, and I was the smaller of the two.
Regular white bummer, eh?
I don't know.
That must have been Land O'Lakes butter. I suppose every child in the land has noticed what Bud noticed. Says things aren't fair in this house. Says every time Mother gets ill, you go out and buy ice cream for her. Every time I get ill, it says you make me take castor oil. And one day I overheard him discussing castor oil fully and thoroughly from every point of view. He says, I don't mind lickings now and then. And I can even stand it when my mother calls me in from play to run some errand right away. There's things about being just a boy that ain't all happiness and joy, but I suppose I gotta stand my share of trouble in this land, and I ain't kicking much. But say, the worst of parents is that they don't realize just how they spoil a fella's life with castor oil. Of all the awful stuff, gee whiz, that is the very worst there is. And every time if I complain or say I got a little pain, there's nothing else that they can think except castor oil for me to drink. I notice, though, when Pa is ill, that he gets fixed up with a pill. Pa don't handle Mother rough and make her swallow nasty stuff. When I got a little ache, it's castor oil I gotta take. I don't mind going up to bed before I got my chapter read. I don't mind being scolded, too, for lots of things I didn't do. But, gee, I hate it when they say, come, swallow this, and right away. Let poets sing about the joy it is to be a little boy. I'll tell the truth about my case. The poet here can have my place, and I will take his life of toil if he will take my castor oil.
Tommy tells his mommy that he's got a tummy ache. His mommy may keep Tommy home from school. Tommy's daddy thinks his tummy ache is just a fake, 'cause Tommy doesn't want to go to school. Tommy groans and makes believe he's very, very sick. His daddy has a method that will cure him very Tommy yells, I'll go to school, though all his plans he'll spoil. He'd rather go to school than take a dose of castor oil.
Ladies, you know, once before on these programs, I told you about overhearing a woman in a grocery store ordering butter from her grocer. Well, I remember so distinctly just what that woman said. She said, oh yes, and a pound of butter, please. She didn't ask for any particular brand. Well, now, apparently that woman didn't appreciate the fact that there's a tremendous difference in the butter you buy. She didn't understand that some butter is churned from sour cream, while other butter, like Land O'Lakes, is churned only from sweet cream fresh from the dairy farms. And what a difference that makes, and how important it is to know those things, especially during hot weather, when any butter starts to get soft the minute you take it out of the refrigerator. Yes, it certainly is true. If you use Land O'Lakes sweet cream butter, you don't get any sharp, strong taste, only the flavor of fresh, sweet cream, lightly salted to enhance the flavor. Try it any way you like. Season those fresh-cooked baby carrots with Land O'Lakes, and just notice how it seems to bring out their garden-fresh flavor even more. Try it on hot biscuits or rolls. Oh, there's where you can tell the difference. So I'm saying to you, don't just ask your grocer for a pound of butter, please. Ask him for Land O'Lakes sweet cream butter. Once you try it, you'll use it always.
A little dream castle with every dream gone is lonely and silent. The shades are all drawn, and my heart is heavy as I gaze upon a cottage for sale. The lawn we were proud of is waving in hair. Our beautiful garden has withered away. Where you planted roses, the weeds seem to say, a cottage for sale. From every single window I see your face, but when I reach that window there's empty space. The key in the mailbox, the same as before, but no one is waiting for me anymore. The end of our story is told on the door. A cottage for sale.
There's a lot of truth in that song, Eddie Howard. Isn't anything on earth so lonely as a lonely man? Woman left alone can wash her hair or fix her fingernails, but man is absolutely helpless. I tried once to describe that horrible time when the family's all away. They're all away and the house is still. The dust lies thick on the windowsill, and the stairway creaks in a solemn tone this taunting phrase, "You are all alone." They've gone away and the rooms are bare. I miss his cap from a parlor chair, and I miss the toys in the lonely hall, but most of any, I miss his call. I miss the shouts and the laughter gay which greeted me at the close of day, and there isn't a thing in the house we own but sobbingly says, "You are all alone." It's only a house that is mine to know, an empty house that is cold with woe, like a prison grim with its bars of black, and it won't be home till they all come back.
From the land of the sky, blue water.
You have been listening to the poems of Edgar A. Guest and the songs of Eddie Howard. And remember, for extra freshness, extra flavor, buy Land O'Lakes, the world's largest selling sweet cream butter. Your grocer has it for you. This is Vincent Pelletier speaking.
From the land of the sky, blue water.
A statement of fact of which I'm very proud and for which I'm very grateful. I asked her to be mine, and now the thought occurs for 30 years and 9. The fact is, I've been hers.
Stay tuned next for the Green Hornet.
The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With its faithful valet, Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with the underworld, risking his life that criminals and racketeers within the law may feel its weight by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed as he races toward another thrilling adventure. The Green Hornet strikes again.
Hurry, Cato. Here's where we smash the labor racket.
As the whistle in the great factory blasted out, the mob, wandering aimlessly outside the fence, slowly drifted away. Two reporters from the Daily Sentinel looked at each other and nodded gravely.
Strike. Hip, Lowry? Sure is. It's a strike.
Okay, expert. Hop back to the Sentinel and give it to the city desk. I'll stick around.
Hey, wait a minute, no. Suppose I stick around and you take the news back to the paper. How about that?
Now, listen, X-Flat, what I'm saying...
Suffering snakes, Lowry.
Besides, you can talk to the boss better than I can.
Huh?
Sure, he'll want an eyewitness account of this. It's important. Maybe you'll get a byline expert.
Ah, byline. Hey, what for you handed me the Blarney? This one has said Lowry handed someone else a chance to get a story.
Oh, help me, expert. I'm on the level.
Yeah, like a roller coaster.
Okay, then. You cover the street here. I'll go to the center.
Oh, not so fast. I'll go.
Never mind.
I said I'll go. Holy crow, no matter what I do, I'll still be suspecting I done the wrong thing. So I'll go. Be seeing you at the center.
Yeah, sure. Not for a while yet. I'm always too smart for you, Mr. Expert. Those strikers look like they mean business. But the one guy I want to see is right around this corner. Yeah? Oh, it's okay. I'm a reporter. Here's my press card.
Where I am.
Oh, now, wait a minute, Bud. I'm from the Daily Sentinel. This strike is just a story to me. All we do is report the news. You make it, we report it. Strictly neutral, see?
Fast talker, ain't you?
It pays. Now, how about the lowdown? What's the strike about? Who's after what and what's going to happen to who? What's your name?
Crabtree.
Crabtree? All right, just hold that.
Hey, wait a minute.
What's the matter? Didn't you ever see a camera before? We'll use you as human interest right on page.
No, you don't. No pictures.
I figured you'd do that, pal. So you think you're fooling me, do you? The first name is the right one. Your name's Carson, the way you said it first. Crab Carson, I've seen you at a dozen strikes before this one. You're a professional striker. For all I know, a professional crook.
Why, you...
Yeah, you rise like a trout. That's why you didn't want your picture in the papers, huh? You're on the police wanted list someplace.
You reporters get around a lot,
You'll
don't
have to
you?
spot a phony when we see one. Now, there's more to this than just a strike. What's your racket? Who are you working for? Come on, give me something for the Sentinel.
Without looking up, I can tell that's expert.
Golly, Casey, how can you tell for sure? Lowry slams the door, too.
Long years of practice, expert. He slams it, but it's a different slam.
Okay. Casey, I got to see Reed. He's inside?
If you please, Mr. Axford, I too wish to see Mr. Britt.
Well, Cato, suffering snakes, I didn't see you. What are you doing down at the Daily Sentinel? You ought to be back at the apartment cooking dinner for Reed.
Mr. Britt sent for me.
Well, you'll just have to wait till I get through. I got important news about the strike at the Beavis plant.
Maybe Mr. Reed ought to decide that. I'll tell him you're here, expert. Oh, here he is now.
This guy's got me a copy of yesterday's Sentinel.
Yes, sir.
One side, Cato. Reed, I got important news. The strike started.
I know.
I just give it to Gennigan on the city desk and... What did you say?
I know about it.
Either I'm hearing wrong or you're talking wrong. I just brung the news.
I already have it, Axford.
But golly, how?
We're just talking to Faraday on the phone.
Faraday?
Was Lowry with you, Axford?
He stayed to do some more reporting, Reed.
Have him come in when he shows up, Miss Case. All right, Cato, come in.
Yes, sir. But Reed, Holy crow, who is Faraday? How could he know about the strike?
Well, he ought to, Axford. He's the federal conciliator in charge of it.
Cheer up, Axford. You came in second.
All right, Cato, what'd you find out?
There is a man named Sluter, Mr. Brace.
Sluter, yeah. He's running a strike racket, using his hoodlums to stir up unrest in various industries and then stepping in to stop those same strikes his own way.
That is so, Mr. Brace.
But the Sentinel's reporters have dug up that stuff, Cato. What else have you got?
I regret that is all, Mr. Brace.
You've been trailing Sluter for a week and that's all?
I regret that is so, Mr. Brace. I even used Green Hornet car, but Mr. Sluter, very slippery.
So's a snake. Cato, there's someone behind Sluter. He's not the brain.
Yes, sir.
Super criminal. Mr. X.
Are you certain there is such a character, Mr. Britt?
Why, certain. I'll show you something, Cato. Recall that bank robbery 2 weeks ago?
Yes.
The crooks were caught. The Sentinel scored a scoop on that yarn.
Yes,
In fact, reporters from the Sentinel broke that arrest, made it possible.
I see.
Now, look at this note, Cato. It came to me right after that front-page story.
Mr. Britt, that is threat.
Yes, Cato, a threat. The Sentinel got too close to the top man, and he didn't like it. He says, stay away from me or you'll push up daisies. Signed, Mr. X.
Mr. X?
Looks like the Green Hornet's got a rival, Cato. A rival... Yes, Miss Case?
Mr. Reed, there's a phone call for you. A man. He won't give his name. Shall I brush him off?
Well, no, Miss Case, I'll take it.
Yes, sir. It's on line 4.
Thank you. Hello?
Is this the big shot?
This is Britt Reed talking. Whom did you want?
Sentinel's got a reporter named Lowry.
Well, yes, we have.
Well, you won't have long. We're going to take care of you.
What? Who is this?
You've seen your reporter for the last time, Mr. Reed. This is Mr. X. Goodbye.
Hello?
Cato, he hang up, Mr. Reed?
Yes. It was Mr. X, and he says I won't say Lowry again. Cato, I mentioned that the Green Hornet had a rival. Well, the Hornet's going after that rival, starting right now.
ain't no news of Lowry. I've been over to the Beavis plant. There ain't hide nor hair of him.
What about the Sentinel?
I'm going back there now, Reed. Gunnigan says there ain't nothing new, no place.
Police are on it?
Ever since you got that phone call this afternoon. Golly, I wish I hadn't let Lowry talk me into leaving. I could have stopped him hoodlum.
What hoodlum?
Why, that Mr. X guy.
Sure, and just who is Mr. X?
Reed, I got a theory about that. Just between you and me and Sergeant Moran, I think Mr. X is nobody but the Green Hornet.
What?
Why not? Ain't they both mysteries? Nobody knows who they are, so why can't they be in the same guy?
Axford, if you don't... Never mind.
You don't think my theory's so hot, huh?
All I want is to get Lowry back.
Maybe Lowry ain't alive no more, Reed. Maybe...
With that, he's alive, he's got to be. Now move, on your way.
Okay, Reed. If I hear anything, I'll phone you at the apartment here.
No, I'll phone the Sentinel. You're a reporter.
Well, if you say so. Good night, Reed. It won't help us none to worry.
Cato.
Mr. Axford is gone, Mr. Blitz?
Just left. Everything's ready?
Yes, sir. Here's your Hornet mask and the gas weapon. I checked Black Beauty, sir. All ready to drive.
Okay, open the secret panel. We're going out.
Reed and Cato stepped through the secret panel, then along a narrow passage built within the wall of the apartment house itself, a passage that led directly to the adjoining building. Seen from the street, this building was deserted-looking, abandoned. No one would have guessed that it concealed the sleek, super-powered Black Beauty, high-powered car of the Green Hornet.
Take the wheel.
Yes. Where should I drive to?
We haven't a single thing to go on, Cato. All we know is the voice that spoke to me on the telephone.
That was Mr. X.
You said it was Mr. X, but we won't know till we locate him.
How can we locate him, sir?
Cato.
You think it's something?
That strike. Who's the head of the strikers?
He is a man named Gerber, Mr. Blitz.
Gerber, that's it.
But I do not understand. Gerber cannot be racket man. He is honest.
Yes, he's honest, Cato. But if anyone knows where the racketeers are muscling in, he will. And he's going to tell the Green Hornet. Let's go.
Now, Mr. Blitz.
Left at the next corner, Cato.
The lights turn red.
You can make it before that. Cut past that trolley car. We're moving so fast that policemen won't have a chance to know this is the Black Beauty. Like a glittering black comet in the darkness, the car of the Green Hornet whipped through the city streets. So fast was it, and yet so easily did it handle that the Black Beauty could make twice the speed of ordinary cars with more safety. Into that alley and across.
I understand, Mr. Blitz.
Straight ahead. That's Gerber's house. We'll pull up behind it.
Hello? Oh, just a second. For you, Ralph.
Who is it?
It's a man named Axford from the Daily Sentinel.
I'm not in.
But he's the reporter, Ralph.
I'm not in.
Oh, he's called so many times. All the papers have called. You can't put them off forever.
But I... Well, tell him to call back in 5 minutes.
All right. Hello? Call back in 5 minutes. Yes, he'll be here. Yes. Ralph, you've got to make up your mind. Look what happened to that man Lowry.
He's still missing.
What are you going to do about it?
What am I going to do about it? Mary, you make it sound as if I'm a crook, too. Like
Carson.
I'm an honest workman. I'm a union man, a good union man. Carson and the rest of those guerrillas aren't real union men.
They control the union. It's the same thing.
What do you mean?
You're tarred with the same brush. As long as those criminals are allowed in the same union with you, you're just as bad as they are.
Allowed? That's funny. Try and get them out.
Did you and the rest of the men want this strike?
Well...
Of course you didn't. It's Carson and the rest. They kidnapped this reporter, and the one who's behind it all is Mr. X.
Mary, not out loud. Mr. X, he...
Who is Mr. X?
I don't know. Nobody knows. Well, he's just the power behind these hoodlums. A super criminal with his finger in every racket there is. We won't talk about him.
You're afraid, Ralph.
Yes. Maybe I am.
You're all afraid. The whole union.
Okay, so what? What about it?
You used to lead those men. Why don't you call them together? Tell them to stop this strike.
There's a meeting tomorrow night.
Oh, a meeting. A lot of good that'll do. You'll all sit mum while Carson and the rest run things their way. You'll never...
Leave me be, Mary. Answer the door, will you?
I'm sorry, Ralph. It's just I want to be proud of my husband.
Proud of her husband. I want to protect her. That's why I'm acting like a coward.
You know a lot more than you say you do, Gerber.
What? Mask. A green mask.
You shouldn't tell all you know. You shouldn't tell anything of what you know.
You're the Green Hornet.
Filling your lip about Carson, huh? So you tell your wife Carson took that reporter and Never mind. You mentioned Mr. X.
I didn't mean to, honest.
Skip it. Gerber, you're going to get...
No, that gun, put it down.
Get back or I'll pull the trigger.
Listen, you. I may be afraid of Carson and Mr. X, but not you, Hornet. So I'm going to come after you. You fool! Give me that gun.
Hey, what's that? Hey, hold it, George. The Hornet. Hold him. I'm coming.
Take it, Gerber.
No, I can't. Give him hold.
Help! Are you all right?
No, what a wallop. I'll be seeing stars for a month.
Help me! He shot my husband.
Never mind your husband, lady. The Hornet just uses gas. But get on that phone and call the Sentinel. Tell him I'm going after the Green Hornet to get Lowry back. I'm going after him if I have to fly.
City was aroused. While the newsboys yelled the Sentinel headline on the streets, ink not yet dry on the front page, the police of the city instead had all men out looking for the Green Hornet. Michael Axford was out looking too, but all in vain.
Ah, Moran, I tell you that Hornet's got wings. You might just as well call back the cops.
Leaving all pursuit behind, the great black car sped through the night, its wheels flashing as it raced out of town.
Get away just in time, Mr. Britt.
Lucky thing you were waiting for me and kept the motor running, Cato. And it looks as if we've shaken off the police at last.
You hit Mr. Axford pretty hard, Mr.
Just hard enough to make a getaway. You must have phoned Gerber from around the corner, Cato. I never expected him to walk right in.
Did you learn anything about Mr. Lowry, sir?
That's why I took the wheel. You notice where we're going?
I had not... Mr. Britt, we leave city.
Yes, Cato. Gerber mentioned two names. First, he mentioned Mr. X.
You know?
Gerber hasn't any more idea who Mr. X is than I have. But then he mentioned the name Carson.
Carson? Carson? It does not refresh itself in my mind, Mr. Britt.
Well, I thought you Filipinos had marvelous memory.
Oh, yes, sir. Only this once, sir. Oh, now I have him. Carson, that was the one who was released in that big robbery, Mr. Britt.
That's the one.
He was crooked, but evidence was sadly lacking.
You've got him.
Very bad. We go after him, Mr. Britt?
With both barrels, Cato. I happen to know that Carson has a little hunting shack out this way. When we get there, we'll find out a lot more about Lowry, and if anything's happened to him, well, I won't be responsible for my actions.
Now, that's all. I want to show you that target, Mr. Lowry. If you get any screwy ideas, don't. I still got 3 bullets in this automatic.
Listen, you tin-horn trigger man,
Button that lip and look.
I can make a better score with my typewriter.
Bullseyes, every one.
Yeah, but can you spell cat?
C8. There, you wise guy. Shut up. I'll twist this collar 3 times around your neck.
Hey! I thought you were supposed to be getting my goat.
I don't know why I don't shoot you.
Because you got orders.
Yeah. And you better spill, Bright Eyes. How much does that guy Reed know about that fake strike?
Mr. Reed, to you. And what color are your eyes?
Now, look. Mr. Rex gave me the office to make you talk, see? But I got a temper. Maybe I'll forget, see?
Oh, no. You're scared green. You're scared of Mr. X. Confidentially, Carson, who is he? You talk like somebody out of a zoo.
Chum, for the last time. What's Reed got on us?
For the last time. I'm not telling. And you better take these ropes off and let me go. The police are looking for me. And
they won't find you alive, Chum.
Look, I promise not to mention this, Carson. You let me go, I'll keep it dark. Not for publication. Besides dope, those shots you fired must have been heard.
It's a shooting country up here. Plenty of hunters. Nobody notices shots.
Well, Carson?
Hey, stubborn, boss.
Don't call Bryce the boss, Carson. He works for Mr. X the same as you do. Don't you, Bryce?
You're dumb, pal. Get smart.
How is it being a muscle man in an honest union, Bryce?
I'm head of the union.
Yeah, how much of the union money do you have to kick into Mr. X? You can't keep it all. Well, maybe you're Mr. X. I never thought of that.
Very funny guy you are. Too bad you won't last very long. And there ain't no Mr. X. Come out here, Carson.
Okay, boss. How about it, Bryce? How are you, Mr. X?
Close the door.
Yeah. Yeah?
You got nothing out of him?
A lot of words, no information.
Okay. We gotta go to that union meeting tomorrow night. That means we gotta get back to town.
Yeah.
Bump Lowry off.
Huh?
Give him the business, get rid of him.
But Mr. X said...
I was just talking to Mr. X, Carson. He gave the orders.
Yeah. Well, I ain't never seen this, Mr.
Neither
X.
have I. But he stood right in that window and told me. His face was in the shadow.
Oh, so I take your word, huh? Well, he ain't there now, and maybe I bet... What the... That came right through the window.
An arrow tipped with a suction cup.
It come through the window. Pull it loose.
Yeah, there's a message attached to it.
Well, I'll be. Look, Bryce.
And get this, Carson. It's to you, and it says to do a job on the reporter.
Yeah. Signed with an X. That's all I gotta know. I'll be right out, Bryce.
Do not move, please.
Who's this little squirt?
You drop gun, right, pull trigger. Now. That is better, please. You walk back now.
Yeah.
Carson, jump to one side. Now, little man with a big mask, stand still. Pick up his gun, Carson.
You throw very fast. I make mistake not shooting at
Yeah,
once.
he used to pitch for the miners. Hey, this is some persuader. Ain't like no gun I ever seen before.
Carson.
Yeah?
Take his mask off.
No.
Take it off. Can't you see he works for the Green Hornet?
Okay. Stand still while I...
What the window? Look out, it's the Hornet. Take it. Pull the trigger. Shot me.
Got me.
You'll wake up later on, much later on.
Mr. Britt, you come just in time.
I saw it from the window, Cato. Where's Lowry?
In other room, please. Behind closed door.
I see.
Did you find mysterious Mr. X?
No, Cato, I lost him in the dark outside that window right after we saw him shoot that arrow in here.
This is it, Mr. Britt.
A rubber tipped with a message attached. We'll keep this, Cato. We'll need it later on, the next time we see Mr. X.
What do we do with these men, Mr. Britt?
I've got it all planned. What time is it now?
It's 4 o'clock in the morning.
Can you keep these men unconscious until, say, 8 o'clock tonight?
Very simple, if you please.
Good. Can you do the same thing to Ed Lowry?
Huh?
I want Lowry to be unconscious as well as these two men.
Oh, I see. Cato can do, Mr. Britt.
All right, now follow me. I hate to do it, but it won't hurt him.
You give Lowry some gas?
Yes, quiet.
Hey, what's going on out there? Bryce. Carson, you ugly gorilla. What about... Well, I'll be a second-rate hawkshaw. The Green Hornet. So you're Mr... Hey, put down that pop gun. Put it down or... You didn't put it down. You shot me.
That's it, Cato. Now get busy. I'm going into town for today, but tonight, the Green Hornet's taking these three to that union meeting, and it's going to be a complete surprise to everyone.
Very good, Mr. Britt. They all three in Bryce's car.
Okay, you know where we'll meet?
I understand.
There's a dark alley 1 block away from the union meeting place.
Yes, sir.
I'll be there ahead of you because I'll drive the Black Beauty. Now go ahead.
Yes, Mr. Britt. Be careful, Mr. Britt.
The meeting should be starting any minute.
Like everybody and his brothers here, actually.
Look at him pouring into the hall, Casey.
I guess I better go in, too.
You gonna do any talking, Gerber? Or ain't you made up your mind yet about this wildcat strike?
That's my business.
Yeah. Trouble the snakes. Are you guys going to keep right on being yellow just because some...
Shut up.
But, Casey, he...
Mr. Gerber makes up his own mind. It's his own decision. Ralph, you better go in now if you want to get a seat near the speaker's platform.
Yes, Mary. We'll see you later.
Is Reed going to be here tonight, Casey?
I don't know. I hadn't seen him.
Maybe you shouldn't be here either.
Oh, it's an open meeting. There are lots of interested spectators. Why not me? Are the police all around?
Casey, they got the whole building surrounded. I got a theory that if the Green Hornet figures he's going to show up here and surprise everybody, he's going to be surprised himself. The Hornet ain't getting away tonight. We'll get him sure. Oh, come on. Let's get inside and watch the fun.
About to start. You take Lowry and I'll carry Bryce and Carson.
Yes, sir. We must be careful, Mr. Britt. The police...
Never mind the police. We've always gotten away before.
Maybe this time we're not too lucky.
Stop that kind of talk. Well, follow me. We're dropping these three right on the speaker's platform.
All right. I asked for the floor and I got it. As soon as I get on that platform, I'll talk plenty.
Gerber's made up his mind one way or the other. He's going to speak.
I ain't interested. I'm watching for the Hornet.
Do you think he's in already?
Molly, why not? He might be. Maybe he ain't wearing his mask.
But the police are...
They let him get in, Casey. Then they nab him.
Somebody's starting to talk.
I'm not a smart guy. It takes me a long time to make up my mind. But now I made it up, and I want to do my talking to all of you. I see the big shot. Mr. Bryce ain't here yet, but I can't wait. I say call off this strike. It's wildcat. Call it off.
Gosh, but look, they're all scared. Well, they want to, but they're afraid.
He's wasting his time. Aren't you listening? Haven't you guys got any nerve? If we all stick together, we can win. I tell you, Bryce is a racketeer. He's exploiting the union. You all know it now.
Holy crow, Casey. Look over Gerber's head. There's a trapdoor to the roof.
It's the Green Hornet. He dropped a ladder.
He's carrying two bodies. Hey, Gerber, it's the Hornet. Grab him. Get the cops, Casey. We're going after him.
Expert, look out. He's using pump. No! Where are you?
Gerber, where's the Hornet? What? Oh, no, I got you.
Don't me, Axford. I'm not the Hornet. I'm Gerber.
Holy crow, the smoke is getting thicker and thicker. Where's the Hornet? Say, did you hear that?
Sounded like a trapdoor. The Hornet must have got away.
Yeah, the smoke is clearing off. We're stuffing snakes. Look who's lying on the floor.
It's Bryce and that hoodlum of his.
Holy crow, this one's Lowry. Lowry. It's Axford talking. Lowry, can you hear me?
Hello, Axford.
Shut up, you guys. Shut up, everybody. I got to hear what Lowry's saying.
Axford, the Hornet told the police. He came over the roof from the next building and he got away. Gosh, it's... Lowry, it's you.
Hello, Casey. Call those cops in and have Bryce and this mug arrested. They kidnapped
you. They kidnapped you, but they
don't...
don't...
Shut up, Tap, not so loud. You want the Sentinel to lose the scoop? Keep your voice down. I don't want those other newspaper men to hear this. And you can tell Gerber to talk to the union men.
I've been talking already, mister.
Oh, hello, Gerber. Listen, start talking again. Bryce and the rest are heading for jail. You can take that union back to work again.
Okay, Mr. Lowry.
But listen, don't start talking until we phone the story into the Sentinel. You get it? All right. Come on, Axford. We get a phone and... Holy mackerel. Are you crying?
Sure I am, you little pest. You had us worried. I hate to admit it, but for once I'm grateful to the Green Hornet. He brought you back. Well, Mr. Brick, it's all over. Crooks go to jail, and the union will be good union once more. We take Brass Beauty back to hiding place? Yes, Cato, but it isn't over yet. Remember, we still have to get Mr. X.
Reporter returns with kidnapped story. Union racketeers confess. We are aborted. Green Hornet evades police trap. Green Hornet still is large. Traps the electric
These popular radio dramas, created by George W. Trendle, are a copyrighted feature of the Green Hornet, Incorporated. All characters, names, places, and incidents used are fictitious.
Stay tuned for the Your Hit Parade Jukebox.
Your Hit Parade. The top tunes all over America as determined by Your Hit Parade survey, which checks the bestsellers in sheet music and phonograph records, the songs most heard on the air, and the songs most played on the automatic coin machines. An accurate, authentic tabulation of America's taste in popular music. Your Hit Parade.
I'm Henry Chapp with a pocket full of nickels for the Hit Parade Jukebox. Let's count them down. This week we have one song leaving the chart, Apparently, Una Mae Carlisle found what she was looking for by the river, Walking by the River, number 9 last week.
There's dew up on the ground and not a soul in sight. I'm walking by the river 'cause I'm meeting someone there tonight. I hear a distant sound. I see a far-off light. I'm walking by the river 'cause I'm meeting someone there tonight. Murmuring waters say there's no time to delay. Hurry on your way, my friend. If you don't get there soon, there may not be a moon to guide you to that happy end. My heart is riding high. My blues have taken flight, and I'm walking by the river 'cause I'm meeting someone there tonight. There's no time to delay, so hurry on your way, my friend. If you don't get there soon, there may not be a moon to guide you to that happy end. My heart is riding high. My blues have taken flight, and I'm walking by the river 'cause I'm meeting someone there tonight.
Our only debut song comes in at number 10 this week. It was composed by Bobby Troup when he was a member of the Mask and Wig Club at the University of Pennsylvania. The song was written for one of the club's shows. Here is Swing and Sway with Sammy Kaye and Daddy.
La da da la da da da da da. La da da la da da da da da. La da da la da da da da da. La da da da da da da da. Hey, listen to my story about a gal named Daisy May. Lazy Daisy May. Her disposition is rather sweet and charming, at times alarming. So they say. La da da da da da da. La da da da da da da. She had a man rich, tall, dark, handsome, large and strong, to whom she used to sing this song. Hey, Daddy, I want a diamond ring, bracelets, everything. Daddy, you want to get the best for me, Leah, Leah. Hey, Daddy, gee, won't I look swell in sables, clothes with Paris labels? Daddy, you want to get the best for me, la-da-da-da-da-da. Here's an amazing revelation with a bit of stimulation. I'd be a great sensation. I'd be your inspiration. Daddy, I want a brand new car, champagne, caviar. Daddy, you want to get the best for me. La-da-da-da-da. Here's an amazing revelation with a bit of stimulation. I'd be a great sensation. I'd be your inspiration. Daddy, I want a brand new car, champagne caviar. Daddy, Daddy, you want to get the best for me, la-da.
Our number 9 song was number 10 last week, and believe it or not, this song is the B-side to the number 10 record, Daddy. Here is Swing and Sway with Sammy Kaye once again, and Two Hearts That Passed in the Night.
Two hearts that pass in the night.
To express this beautiful thought, we present Arthur Wright.
Two hearts that pass in the night, in the magical light of the moon, knowing how soon night is gone. Two hearts that join in a glance and discover romances are made only to fade with the dawn. So for an hour you were mine, and my heart was aglow with a power beyond divining. Two hearts have tasted delight. Must they always be lonely, alas, two hearts that pass in the night?
Holding steady at number 8 is Gene Krupa's orchestra with the lovely Anita O'Day on the vocals, and just a little bit south of North Carolina.
Just a little bit south of North Carolina, that's where I long to be. In a little brown shack in South Carolina, someone waits for me. In each letter he says, the weather's fine, the folks are feeling great. The garden looks grand and the red rose vine is clinging to the gate. just a little bit south of North Carolina. That's where my thoughts all stray, to the one I love best in South Carolina. I'm going back someday, I can hardly wait to see the face of the one I idolize. Just a little bit south of North Carolina, I'll find paradise.
Our number 7 song dropped one spot from number 6 last week. It's My Pretty Little Poppy, My Amapola. Here's Jimmy Dorsey in the orchestra with Bob Eberly and Helen O'Connell on the vocals.
A boy found a dream upon a distant shore. A maid with a way of whispering, "Si, senor." Each night, while guitars would softly play, the tune seemed to dance round the words that he'd say. Amapola, my pretty little poppy, you're like that lovely flower, so sweet and heavenly. Since I found you, my heart is wrapped around you, and loving you it seems to be a rhapsody. Amapola, the pretty little poppy, must copy its endearing charms from you. Amapola, how I long to hear you say, I love you.
My pretty little poppy, you're like that lovely flower, so sweet and heavenly. Since I found you, my heart is wrapped around you, and loving you it seems to be a rhapsody. Amapola, the pretty little poppy, must copy its endearing charms from you. Amapola, Amapola, I long to hear you say, I love you.
Our number 6 song was number 5 last week, which is a slight cause to worry. It's by Tommy Dorsey's orchestra with Frank Sinatra and the Pied Pipers on the vocals, and, well, do I worry?
Stepping out, do I worry? 'Cause you've got me in doubt. Though your kisses aren't right, do I give a bag of beans? Do I stay home every night and read my magazines? Am I frantic 'cause we've lost the spark? Is there panic when it starts turning dark? And when evening shadows creep, do I lose any sleep over you? Do I worry? You can bet your life I do. I stay home every night and read my magazines. Am I frantic 'cause we've lost the spark? Is there panic when it starts turning dark? And when evening shadows creep, do I lose any sleep over you? Do I worry? You can bet your life I do.
Tonight, we are flashing back 4 years to the summer of 1937. This song went to number 1 for 5 weeks. Here is Guy Lombardo and his Royal Canadians with Guy's brother Liebert on the vocals, and It Looks Like Rain on Cherry Blossom Lane. Better put on that raincoat and rubbers.
in Cherry Blossom Lane. The sunshine of your smile's no longer there. It looks like rain in Cherry Blossom Lane. Your golden voice no longer fills the air. The rippling notes have left the old mill stream. There's nothing left for me but just a dream. There'd be no rain in Cherry Blossom Lane if you were there to tell me that you care.
Our number 5 song moves up from number 7. It's about that Swedish kid. The song is by Horace Heidt and his musical nights with Donna and her Don Juans on the vocals. Here is the Hutsut song.
Sweden by a stream so clear and cool, a boy would sit and fish and dream when he should have been in school.
Now he couldn't read or write a word, but happiness he found
in a little song he heard, and here's how it would sound. Hutsut Rawson on the river and the brawler suet. Hutsut Rawson on the river and the brawler suet. Hutsut Rawson on the river and the brawler suet. Hutsut Rawson on the river and the brawler suet.
Now the Rawson is a Swedish town, the river is a stream. The brawler is the boy and girl, the Hutsut is their dream. Hutsut Rawson on the river and the brawler suet. Hutsut Rawson on the river and the brawler suet.
Holding steady at number 4 this week is another song by Jimmy Dorsey and the orchestra with Bob Eberly on the vocals and The Things That I Love. The Things I Love.
in the summer skies, the golden flicker of the fireflies, the gleam of love light in your lovely eyes. These are the things I love. A silver moonbeam peeping through the trees, a bed of tulips nodding in the breeze, the look you give in answer to my pleas. These are the things I love. Oh, once I thought that life was just a winter thing. My heart was cold, and then you came to me, and like a breath of spring, you turned the silver snow to gold. A robin serenade when day is through, the babbling brook beside our rendezvous, your sweet voice whispering, darling, I love you. These are the things I
Number 3 last week is number 3 this week. How about a 2-set by Jimmy Dorsey and the orchestra with Bob Eberly again? They're telling me about My Sister and I.
The warm and lovely world we knew has been struck by a bitter frost. But my sister and I recall with a sigh the world we knew and loved and lost. My sister and I remember still a tulip garden by an old Dutch mill, and the home that was all our own until, but we don't talk about that. My sister and I recall once more the fishing schooners pulling into shore, and the dog cart we drove in days before. But we don't talk about that. We're learning to forget the fear that came from a troubled sky. We're almost happy over here, but sometimes we wake at night and cry. My sister and I recall the day we said goodbye and then we sailed away, and we think of our friends who had to stay, but we don't talk about that. We're learning to forget the fear that came from a troubled sky. We're almost happy over here, but sometimes we wake at night and cry. My sister and I recall the day we said goodbye and then we sailed away, and we think of our friends who had to stay, but we don't talk about that.
Well, folks, we have a new number 1 song this week because our number 1 song last week is now number 2 this week. Here is Wayne King's orchestra and the beautiful melody intermezzo. Okay, yeah, thanks. I was just handed a bulletin. One moment, please. German mechanized forces have crossed over into Soviet-Russian territory. Details to follow when they become available. Well, back to the countdown. Our number one song this week was number 2 last week. It's a new number 1 song. Here's Jimmy Dorsey's orchestra, another one by Jimmy Dorsey with Bob Everly on the vocals and Maria Elena.
Maria Elena, you're the answer to a prayer. Maria Elena, can't you see how much I care? To me, your voice is like the echo of a sigh, and when you're near, my heart can't speak above a sigh. Maria Elena, say that we will never part. Maria Elena, take me to your heart. A love like mine is great enough for two. To share this love is really all I ask of you. Those are the top 10 records in the nation according to the Your Hit Parade Music Survey for the week ending June 21st, 1941. Remember to stay tuned to this station for the latest developments on the German-Russian situation. My name is Henry Chop. So long for a while.
So long for a while.
That's all the songs for a while. So long to your hit parade and the tunes that you pick to be played. So long.
Stay tuned next for a special news bulletin.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are sorry for these momentary pauses in our broadcasting to you, but this thing has happened so suddenly that it's just hard to keep up to it. Now, we can bring you some organ music, and then as fast as we get these bulletins in from the tickers, we can add them to it. Now, here's one just being handed to us right at this moment. It's another quotation from Hitler's statement, as it was read by von Ribbentrop. To step again, this... What is that? To step... No. It's addressed by Hitler to the German people. In this moment, he says, occurs the greatest march, which in extent and proportion is the largest the world has ever seen. United with the Finnish comrades stands the fighters of the victors of Narvik on the Northern Sea, German divisions under the command of the conqueror of Norway, united with the Finnish heroes of liberty under their marshal. In other words, Finland becomes an ally of Germany and will be fighting Russia with the Germans. Supposing I read that again, we'll give it to you again. To the German people, and this is a quotation from Hitler's proclamation. In this moment, he says, occurs the greatest march, which in extent and proportion is the largest the world has ever seen. United with the Finnish comrades stands the fighters of the victors of Narvik, meaning, of course, the Germans, on the Northern Sea. German divisions under the command of the conquerors of Norway, united with the Finnish heroes of liberty under their marshal. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we'll transfer you to the organ music coming from our studios in Radio City. The news has suddenly burst from Europe that Germany has declared war on Russia. Foreign Minister von Ribbentrop read the proclamation by Adolf Hitler declaring war on Russia over the Berlin radio just a minute ago, and that news was picked up by the NBC shortwave listening post. But as an excuse, the Germans are saying that the Finnish people and the Romanian people are rising against their Russian oppressors. Germany, of course, will help these people in their struggle for freedom against the Russian yoke. Hitler says, I have now decided to put the fate of Germany again into the hands of the German soldier. Hitler condemned Russia for grabbing the Baltic states, Lithuania, Estonia, and Latvia. He lamented that he was forced to send an ambassador to Moscow 2 years ago, and that in that way he had to recognize the Russian state. His proclamation was in the tone of his attacks on Poland and his attacks on Romania, which he is now rising to defend, Yugoslavia, and the other little states. The National Broadcasting Company will remain on the air indefinitely to bring you all the latest word on this sudden news from Europe. Hitler in his proclamation said he had enough of Russia's violations of his frontier and was commending the fate of Germany to the army. Together with the Finns, the Germans are standing from Narvik to the Carpathians, he declared. And the German proclamation ended saying, German people, in this very moment, a marching of the German armies is taking place which has no precedent. At the rivers of the Danube, to the shores of the Black Sea, under General Leon Antonescu, German and Romanian soldiers are united. The task is to safeguard Europe and thus save all. I have therefore today decided to give the fate of the German people and the Reich and of Europe again into the hands of our soldiers. Keep tuned, ladies and gentlemen, to this station for further details. These bulletins have come to you from the NBC newsroom in New York. From Hitler. The purpose of this unity, he says, is not any longer the safekeeping of individual countries, but the safeguarding of Europe, and thereby the saving of all our values. I have, this is Hitler speaking, I have therefore decided today to put again the safety and the future of the German Reich and our people into the hands of the German soldier. May the Lord help us particularly in this battle. Berlin, the 22nd of June, Adolf Hitler. That was a direct quotation of Hitler's own words as he himself came on the Berlin radio to announce to the people of his German Reich why he had ordered an attack on Russia. We have also been informed that von Ribbentrop, who read the proclamation of Hitler to the German radio, that von Ribbentrop is going to make another very important announcement at almost any moment over the German radio. We will bring you quotations from that, too. This news has come to you from the NBC newsroom in New York. Keep tuned to this station for further developments.
Sit and play the horses, life is sweet. For folks who live on easy street, no monthly payment you must meet that make your hair turn gray. When opportunity comes and
This is the NBC newsroom in New York. Adolf Hitler today launched his fast mobile panzer divisions against what may be the largest mass army of the world, the Red Army of Communist Russia. Whether that potentially largest army actually is there is something which the outside world can only guess at today. Moreover, whether that army is equipped and properly trained, whether it is indeed mobilized and in position to meet the Blitzkrieg thrust, and finally, whether it has the heart and spirit for a fight, are questions on which the outside world has been allowed only meager information for many years. Some military authorities have placed Soviet Russia's potential trained manpower at 14 million men. For years, the country has had compulsory military training. Every year, 1,200,000 young men of her huge 170 millions of population, not counting recently annexed territories, are called up for military service, 800,000 of which customarily are given training. The German Führer declared in his proclamation tonight that he had had enough of Russian violations of the German frontiers and had commended the fate of the Reich to the armies which have been all victorious since September 1939. Propaganda Minister Paul Joseph Goebbels read the proclamation, and then Foreign Minister Joachim von Ribbentrop came on the air to read out a formal declaration of war against the nation with which Germany linked herself in a 10-year non-aggression pact less than 2 years ago. The London government has just released to the British people the text of Adolf Hitler's statement, but as yet, the British have made no comment. In the light of these developments, the National Broadcasting Company is remaining on the air indefinitely. So keep tuned to your NBC station for further developments, for more details. Now, here are more bulletins that have just come in. The penetration of Russia into Romania and the Greek liaison with England threatened to place new large areas into the war. Romania, however, believed she was able to accede to Russia only if she received guarantees from Germany and Italy for the remainder of the country. With a heavy heart, I did this, for if Germany gives guarantees, she will fulfill them. This is a quotation from Hitler. We are neither Englishmen nor Jews. I asked Molotov, he goes on to say, referring to Molotov, the Soviet Foreign Commissar, to come to Berlin, and he asked for a clarification of the situation. He asked, is the guarantee for Romania directed also against Russia? This is Hitler speaking, I replied, against everyone. And Russia never informed us that she had even more far-reaching intentions against Romania. Molotov asked further, is Germany prepared not to assist Finland, who was again threatening Russia? My reply, said Hitler, was that Germany has no political interests in Finland, but another attack on Finland could not be tolerated, especially as we do not believe that Finland is threatening Russia. This, you understand, is Hitler's text that we are quoting to you. Then Molotov's third question was, is Germany agreeable that Russia give guarantees to Bulgaria? My reply, said Hitler, was that Bulgaria is a sovereign state, and I did not know that Bulgaria needed guarantees. Molotov said Russia needed a passage through the Dardanelles and demanded bases in the Bosporus. What we have just been reading from the NBC newsroom in New York were quotations from Hitler's speech as it was read tonight over the official Berlin radio by Goebbels. The proclamation in which Hitler declared war upon his once ally, Russia. Once again, to remind you that we will stay on the air indefinitely and keep tuned to this station for further details. The NBC newsroom in New York. This is an English translation of excerpts from Foreign Minister von Ribbentrop's formal declaration of war against Russia. The German frontier has been continuously threatened by the tremendous concentration of Soviet troops along the German-Russian border. The German government today was forced to take the following measures. The text of the note, which herewith is given to the world at large, is as follows, and this is all quoted from von Ribbentrop's declaration of war. Since the summer of 1939, the German government has felt that no understanding has been possible with a government which has consistently gone counter to the economic setup proposed by the German government, and also has been ruled by a party which has been governed by only one idea, that is to say, the overthrow of the world system through the international Comintern. That would bear reading again. Now here is more, however, of the Hitler text. A few days later, she, Russia, he's referring to, and this is in quotes, concluded the well-known friendship agreement which was to incite the Serbs against Germany. Moscow demanded the mobilization of the Serbian army. When I still was silent, the men in the Kremlin went one step further. Russia offered to deliver war material against Germany. This was at the same time that I advised Matsuoka, the foreign minister of Japan, to bring about a lessening of the tension with Russia. Serb officers flew to Russia, where they were received as allies. Victory of the Axis in the Balkans at first foiled the plan to involve Germany in a long war, and then together with England and with the hope of American supplies to throttle Germany. Now the moment has come, Hitler says, when I can no longer look at this development. Waiting would be a crime against Germany. For weeks, the Russians have been committing frontier violations. Russian planes have been crossing the frontier again and again to prove that they are the masters. On the night of July 17th, and again on July 18th, that must be June, and June 17th and 18th, there was large patrol activity. The march of the German armies has no precedent. Together with the Finns, we stand from Narvik to the Carpathians. At the Danube and on the shores of the Black Sea, under Antonescu, the Romanian chief of state, German and Romanian soldiers are united. The task is to safeguard Europe and thus save all. I have therefore today decided, says Hitler, to give the fate of the German people and the Reich and the fate of Europe again into the hands of our soldiers. This was all quoted from Hitler's text. In a few moments, the National Broadcasting Company will present an analysis on these developments from John Gunther, one of our noted commentators. I think that quote from von Ribbentrop would bear repeating. If you don't mind, we'll repeat it for you. Von Ribbentrop said, since the summer of 1939, that's 2 years ago, the German government has felt that no understanding has been possible with a government which has consistently gone counter to the economic setup proposed by the German government, and also has been ruled by a party which has been governed by only one idea, that is to say, the overthrow of the world system through the international Comintern. This is more of the text of Foreign Minister von Ribbentrop's formal declaration of war, as translated at the NBC shortwave listening post. The German government, he says, has tried consistently to reconcile the two radically opposing viewpoints, that of the National Socialism of Germany and the Communism of Russia, but to no avail. We remind you again that the National Broadcasting Company will remain on the air indefinitely to bring you the very latest words on these developments in Europe tonight. And also that John Gunther will be on the air in just a moment or two to give you his analysis of these developments.
Good evening, everybody. Hitler launched a new war tonight. It may be the biggest war of his career. Again, it's a Saturday night. Again, the stroke comes almost without warning. Some 6 weeks ago, as you know, on Saturday, Hitler sent his panzer divisions into Yugoslavia. Later they went into Greece, then into Crete. But it's against a much bigger enemy this time. It's a war against the Soviet Union, against what is supposed to be the largest military force, the largest army at least, that exists in the world. The German divisions are supposed to have crossed into Red Army territory, into the territory of the Soviet Union, sometime tonight by New York time. We have no details as to actual military operations. We don't know from what points they started. It's presumed that the attack began in Finland, where there have been important German concentrations in the last few weeks. 10,000 men were reported there quite recently, and from Romania. The provisional interpretation one can make of this this sensational event is that Hitler needs the granaries of the Ukraine and the oil of the Caucasus so desperately that he is risking this most ambitious of all his military adventures on what is beyond any doubt the major crisis of his career. The attack on Russia also means that the war is a genuine two-front war, because, after all, never to be forgotten is the Battle of the Atlantic on the other side, the battle against England. Probably the attack on the Soviet Union means that any attempt to invade England has been given up by the Germans for some time to come, possibly for all the rest of this year. It's almost inconceivable that a German attack on England can take place at the same time as an attack on Russia. Hitler's attacks rely on enormous concentrations of air power. It's almost impossible that he should have enough airplanes, to say nothing of tanks and land material, on both sides. German statements tonight repeat the kind of thing that are common when the Germans move against another country. Hitler says that Hitler says that the Russians have violated their agreements. He charges the Soviet with crossing the German frontier, that Soviet airplanes flew over Poland and Romania, contrary to the frontier arrangements that the Germans and Russians had made. It also said that the Soviet government is accused of demanding mobilization of the Serbian armies. One of Hitler's remarks, so familiar to anyone who has watched his remarks at similar times, is this, quote, "The moment has come when I can no longer look upon these developments." He means, of course, merely look. Then he pointed out that both Finns and Romanians were standing shoulder to shoulder with the Germans. It's an odd way to put it. And Hitler said he had decided to place the fate of his people and of Europe in the hands of the German army. Now, Mr. Hitler has several times run rather wild with international commitments. He has more than once broken his promises, his pledges. He's torn up, as we all know, many more than one treaty. But this surely is the most flagrant repudiation of a pledge and a promise that even Hitler has ever made. You all remember the 1939 treaty between Russia and Germany, the treaty that was an introduction to the World War, a 10-year non-aggression pact between these old enemies. It was a treaty in which both countries promised absolute peace, neutrality, friendship, cooperation, and so on. Now it is one of the most extraordinary scraps of paper that even these times can produce. Another extremely interesting thing tonight is that, as far as we know at the moment, this is the only time in which the German armies have attacked anyone with a formal declaration of war. This is explicit in the early news bulletins, but on the other hand, I should like to mention it with some caution, because, as I recall, the night that the Germans went into Yugoslavia, it was also first said that there was a declaration of war. Later, this was not confirmed. the Germans never declared war on Yugoslavia or Greece. But tonight it is said they have declared war on the Soviet Union. The ramifications of this adventure are so enormous that it's almost impossible to talk about them. One is, of course, the direct military prospects. The Germans have their Panzer divisions, presumably ready for attack in 2 quarters from the Finnish frontier against Leningrad, which is important as a controlling factor in the Baltic. Second, an attack 1,000 miles to the south in the Ukraine, the flat country where most of Russia's harvest is gathered, and which is on the way to the Caucasus, where, of course, there is oil. You'll remember the treaty that the Germans suddenly signed with the Turks a few days ago. Many people were puzzled by that treaty. Its meaning now becomes completely obvious. It was to neutralize the Turks in this Russo-German campaign against Russia. Another thing that we must watch very carefully will be the repercussions that a German attack on Russia will cause among certain circles, both in the United States and in Great Britain. After all, this turns the clock back with a vengeance. Now again, we have the old Nazi, Mr. Hitler, attacking the communists who, for so many years, he had always said were the people he hated most, his bitterest enemies, the people whom he despised and loathed more even than the Jews. That period ended with the Russo-German Pact of 1939. Now Hitler's back to his old Mein Kampf thesis. He is attacking communists. He is attacking communists in Russia, which is the stronghold of whatever communism is left there. This will probably mean that some old-style conservatives in Great Britain, perhaps even some defeatists and appeasers in the United States, will come out and say, as they used to say 6 or 7 years ago, ah yes, Mr. Hitler is saving us from Bolshevism by attacking Russia. Such talk isn't likely to go very far nowadays, however. This also brings up the question of the Hess affair. It's very interesting to wonder what Mr. Hess is thinking about tonight, because after all, if the official story is accepted, Hess fled Germany largely on account of differences with Hitler in regard to collaboration with Russia. The various military aspects of this campaign are almost impossible to talk about. We don't know how strong the Russians are. They've had ample time to prepare. But certainly, the campaign will give us an answer to one of the most tremendous questions in the entire world. That is, how strong the Russians are. Here is more of the text of Foreign Minister von Ribbentrop's formal declaration of war, as translated by the NBC shortwave listening post. Quote, the German government has tried consistently to reconcile the two radically opposing viewpoints, that of National Socialism of Germany and the Communism of Russia, but to no avail. The German government has tried to reconcile its own viewpoint with that of the Russian government. It has consistently tried also to bring about equitable relations between the various nations of the European continent. However, the German government found that this course could not be pursued indefinitely in view of the fact that the doctrines of the international Jewish Comintern would not permit the working out of amicable relations between the various nations, and particularly prevent effectively any real cooperation between Germany and Soviet Russia. Unquote. We shall have more in a few moments.
You've just heard John Gunther in an analysis of the German-Russo War Declaration. NBC and many of its associated stations from coast to coast will remain open until further notice to bring you the latest on the war situation from Washington, London, Berlin, Moscow, and Helsinki. This is the National Broadcasting Company, RCA Building, Radio City, New York. Russia along a front that compares to the airline distance from Brownsville, Texas to Winnipeg, Canada. Berlin military commentators emphasize that the troops are deployed in these three main sectors. First, the northern segment from the Arctic Ocean to the Finnish Bight. This covers 700 airline miles. And there the Germans say Finnish soldiers are fighting beside the Nazis. Second, the middle sector extends from Memel on the Baltic Sea to the Carpathian Mountains on Russia's Romanian frontier. This 700-mile front is manned only by Germans. And third, the southern sector, covering 300 miles along the Russian-Romanian border from the Carpathians to the mouth of the Danube. There, Romanians are fighting beside the Nazis. The connection between the northern and middle sectors is maintained through mines to protect that flank and naval patrols. It's presumed that it is through that sector that Russia may be threatening Germany proper. For a short while ago, the Berlin radio announced that Russia may be able to strike directly at the Reich. The Berlin radio, in a report picked up by NBC, says this advantage, if such it proves, was gained by the Russians through treacherous preparations of the last few weeks. Berlin adds that the Russians will find the Germans ready for action. Just a few minutes ago, the High Command of the Russian Army issued its first communique of the new war with Germany. The Russians claim their anti-aircraft artillery and fighter planes shot down 65 German planes Sunday. The Soviet War Bulletin says Russian troops repulsed the German forces with heavy losses during the day, but the Nazis succeeded in advancing toward Grodno and Kristinopol. German troops occupied 3 villages about 10 miles inside Russian territory. The communique says the Germans attacked Russian frontier troops all the way from the Baltic Sea to the Black Sea. In the first half day of fighting, they were held back, but the Germans succeeded in gaining ground during fierce fighting in the afternoon. The High Command of the Red Army, however, termed these gains an insignificant tactical success. Hardly had Adolf Hitler declared war on Russia than his planes began bombing Russian territory. There were fierce raids on Sevastopol, Kiev, Zhimotar, and Kaunas. And from Ankara comes a report that Odessa is being softened by an aerial blow similar to that delivered on Rotterdam and Belgrade. The Germans claim swift successes for their air force. They say 40 Russian planes were shot down in attacks on East Prussia, and one squadron leader says Nazi planes destroyed 60 Russian planes on the ground at another point. So fast did Hitler's troops move, says the report. Once they got started, they seized bridges before the retreating Russians could blow them up. Russia is said to be backing off from the area around Old Poland for more strategic defenses 50 miles from the border. In all her busy warfare on the Eastern Front, Germany found time to send some planes against England. London says 30 of these ships were shot down on Sunday. London had an air raid alarm Monday morning, but no bombs fell. Britain admits the loss of only 2 planes in fighting over the Channel and Nazi-held French territory. In the Near East, battles continue, with the Free French holding Damascus, and the British claiming some local successes. Italy has all but been knocked out of Ethiopia with the surrender of Jimma. Russian aerial bombardments of Finnish ports and ships serve notice on Finland that she is again at war with her big red neighbor. The Finns are preparing for battle. Every man between 18 and 59 has been called to arms or labor battalions. In other world capitals, there is much excitement. Sweden and Turkey have declared their neutrality. Spain has announced she is on the side of Germany, but is non-belligerent. Japan's highest officials met in conferences. An urgent conference of the cabinet has been postponed for 6 hours. Japanese newspapers are speculating that Japan must look to herself for her future. One commentator says the Japanese can see now how unreliable international treaties are. Remember, Germany and Russia signed non-aggression and friendship treaties at the outbreak of the war, and since then Japan has joined up as an Axis partner with Berlin and Rome. And to further complicate the situation, Japan and Russia have signed a friendship agreement. In Washington, British Ambassador Lord Halifax talked for 2 hours with Undersecretary Sumner Welles and then said, "This may be the turning point of the war." In London, Prime Minister Churchill has promised Russia material and expert aid, but he made no mention of men. However, Russia has ample manpower. This news came to you from the NBC newsroom in New York. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
A statement had been issued in Moscow to the effect that the Soviet Union and Great Britain are in full accord on the international situation at this moment. Now, that, of course, is a statement which raises very large issues. The Germans have attacked Russia. The Germans are at war with Great Britain. This means that Great Britain and Russia are, in effect, fighting on the same side. Even if they are not formal allies, they're associated in common defense, one on the west, one in the east, against Hitler's aggression. This is going to be a very complex and difficult thing to work out. It's probably the reason why Sir Stafford Cripps flew back to London from Moscow in somewhat mysterious circumstances last week. It brings forward the possibility of bizarre developments. We may see state banquets in Westminster Hall with the Union Jack and the red flag of the Soviet Union intertwined. We may have joint toasts to the Archbishop of Canterbury and Mr. Molotov. It's something that will bear very, very careful watching in this country. There are many people in this country, it goes without saying, who are bitterly anti-communist, just as there are in England. There are many people who, for a long time, took Hitler's promises at face value, Hitler's assertions, I should say, that he was a sworn enemy of the Bolsheviks, that he was going to protect in quotes, the Western world against Russian communism. Now, in regard to our country, the issue becomes perfectly clear. Are we going to extend lend-lease help to the Soviet Union? It would be a most dramatic and sensational development. It's by no means impossible. As you know, we at once did what we could to help Britain, to help Yugoslavia, and to help Greece. When they were attacked, we promised full aid to those British allies. Now, in effect, I don't mean to use too precise language about this, it's too early to tell, but in effect, Russia is now fighting on the same side as Great Britain, which we are sworn to defend. The issue arises what Washington will do. As to actual news in this regard, there's not very much to say. Washington has no official comment to make as yet. The NBC tried to reach Ambassador Konstantin Umansky in Washington. Has reached Ambassador Umansky after some effort. He said he had no comment to make until he received a word from Moscow. It's quite possible that Mr. Umansky is as surprised by what's going on as many of the rest of us. An AP story from Washington Tonight says the following. Germany's move against Russia created a sensation in diplomatic quarters and caught government officials unprepared for a development of such far-reaching significance. President Roosevelt had retired early before Adolf Hitler's proclamation was read over the German radio, and White House aides said that so far as they knew, he was not awakened for the news. Secretary of State Hull was advised immediately, but he and other State Department officials remained at home since the department so far lacked any official reports on the sudden development. In view of slow communications, it was expected that direct word from American diplomats abroad would not reach here for several hours. And despite widespread rumors of Russian-German tension for several days, Hitler's decision to turn his armies eastwards came as a distinct surprise at this time. The only person from whom we've had a definite quotation so far is from Senator George, the chairman of the very important Senate Foreign Relations Committee. He says, quote, "It has seemed clear that Germany would never make an all-out attack on England until assured Russia would be unable to attack the Reich, either through granting the concessions demanded or by war. Unless," continued Senator George, "Russia capitulates quickly, which hardly seems likely now, it means that there will be at least some months before Germany can make an all-out effort against England. It also means that we have that much more time to carry on our own national defense program." And Senator George concluded, quote, "I don't think this changes our position at all. It does show one thing, however, that neither Germany nor Russia can be trusted," unquote. Well, whether or not Russia can be trusted or not, I wouldn't disagree with Senator George. This issue that I've raised will become a very important thing on which the United States government will have to make up its mind whether or not to extend aid to Russia, a country now attacked by Germany. I began this comment a few minutes ago by reading a British bulletin. Here is another one The BBC, that is the British Broadcasting Corporation, early this morning stated that despite all radio, newspaper, and press reports to the contrary, quote, it can be definitely stated that no actual troop movements on the part of either Germany or Russia have as yet taken place, unquote. Now, that doesn't mean very much. From Mr. Hitler himself, we have word that the German troops are in motion. That's a very obscure part of the world in which it's very difficult to have adequate communications. It's quite possible that no reports have yet come through. But at this very moment, something's just been put in my hand. I must read it. Quote, NBC shortwave monitors have picked up the following report from the German radio. An announcement was made. German troops all along the Russian border, from the Baltic in the north to the Balkans in the south, are moving into their last-minute positions, unquote. Now, that word last minute is quite interesting. It may mean that the actual attack, the actual invasion, has not yet begun. However, we know what enormous preparations are necessary for the movement of any great war machine. With things as far developed as they are now, it's inconceivable that the attack could be called off. The attack may not actually have got underway in any great depth along such an enormous front, but the fact that German troops are in motion is undeniable, indisputable, according to German reports. One point of some interest is the fact that the German leaders, Hitler and Ribbentrop, in their announcements tonight, in their statements tonight, didn't make any mention at all of either Italy or Japan, the Axis partners. The Hitler statement especially seemed to circumscribe the conflict with Soviet Russia only to Germany, Germany assisted, if you can use the word assist, by Finland and Romania. Then we have this in regard to the attitude of Rome, that the Rome radio said tonight that in the coming conflict, another interesting adjective, between Russia and Germany, that this conflict will find the Italian army standing by, ready to assist Germany in her struggle, which is what the Italian army has been doing for some time. The Rome radio also announced early today that President İsmet İnönü of Turkey had left Ankara on his way to Istanbul. That's simply a transfer from the capital to the chief port in the Dardanelles. The announcement stated that the Turkish president would direct a very important meeting of the Turkish cabinet, as well as foreign representatives. That presumably could mean the German ambassador, Mr. von Papen. As you know, the Germans signed a friendship treaty with Turkey. There's a good deal of puzzlement about this. Now it's quite clear what it does mean. That is, that Germany hopes to neutralize Turkey in this attack on Russia. Now, the main thing, it seems to me, that should be stated at this point, when we haven't got any direct military news, the main thing that should be said is that this attack on Russia, which is a military gamble of the most enormous proportions, kind of gamble that Napoleon made, could only been caused by the most serious and far-reaching reasons. And those reasons must be associated with the position of Germany vis-a-vis Great Britain and the position of Germany vis-a-vis the United States. If the Germans think that they could knock out the British at once, then there had been no reason for this attack on the Soviet Union. We don't know how good the Russians are with their enormous army, the biggest in the world, 14 million men. Nevertheless, it is a war. Anybody who's ever fought Russia knows that it is a war. It would seem, on first tentative approach, that this campaign can only mean that Germany knows that it can't successfully attack Great Britain this summer, and also that Great Britain knows that our help to Great Britain is steadily becoming more and more important. Therefore, the Germans must go into the Ukraine, into the Caucasus, get grain, get oil, in preparation for another long autumn, another long winter. It's even conceivable that Russia, if it is conquered by Germany, will become a reservoir for Germany, just as the United States is a reservoir for Great Britain. Just as Great Britain draws on us for vital supplies, so Germany will be able to draw on Russia for vital supplies, provided, of course, that the Russians are beaten easily. One surprising detail, it seems to me, is that Stalin has not made any effort to stave this campaign off. Apparently, the Germans either asked him more than he could possibly give or didn't bother to ask him at all. Certainly, the Russians are not eager for this kind of major war. One point that we should keep in mind, I think, is the possibility that this enormous conflict, enormous at least in its geographical, political, social implications, enormous conflict, I say, may be a prelude to an enormous appeasement gesture. I mentioned this in a broadcast a few minutes ago. There are a great many people, Great Britain, in the United States, who've for many years thought of Hitler as an anti-Bolshevik defense of the Western world. It was an extremely foolish attitude, as events have proved. It's quite possible, though, that Hitler will hope to divide and confuse conservative opinion both in this country and in Great Britain by his Russian attack, and if he wins the Russian war quickly, which of course is a matter completely open to question, we don't know, then he will turn to the British and say, now I have all of Europe and you can't possibly beat me with Russia behind me. Now is the time that you must make peace on my terms. And when Hitler says peace, it isn't, of course, what we normally think of in connection with the word peace. One result of this campaign, it seems to me, will be a feeling among many people that it is not going to be as easy as heretofore to beat the Germans if the Germans make a successful Russian campaign, because so obviously the Germans will have at their command very, very considerable raw material resources. A blockade of the whole continent is difficult, but of the whole continent plus Russia is even more difficult. I've just been told that the official declaration of war by Germany against Russia has been confirmed. I began this broadcast, or rather another broadcast, saying that as a general rule, the Germans don't declare war, they just fight, and the fact that there is a declaration is highly suggestive. It means that Hitler is trading on the Bolsheviks as his old, real, final enemies. Now, the AP reports in a bulletin which has just been handed to me as follows, quote, German troops massed in East Prussia already are on the march, along with soldiers from Finland and Norway in the north, and Romania to the south. The march was ordered as Hitler's proclamation of war was read over the German radio by Dr. Goebbels, the propaganda minister. The announcement said that mobilized on Germany's side were the forces of Field Marshal Baron Karl Gustav Mannerheim of Finland and Chief of Staff General Ion Antonescu of Romania, unquote.
We've heard again from the noted news analyst and author John Gunther. NBC and its stations will remain open until further notice in order to bring you the news from Europe as it develops. Keep tuned to this station. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Good evening, everybody. Hitler launched a new war tonight. It may be the biggest war of his career. Again, it's a Saturday night. Again, the stroke comes almost without warning. Some 6 weeks ago, as you know, on Saturday, Hitler sent his panzer divisions into Yugoslavia. Later they went into Greece, then into Crete. But it's against a much bigger enemy this time. It's a war against the Soviet Union, against what is supposed to be the largest military force, the largest army, at least, that exists in the world. The German divisions are supposed to have crossed into Red Army territory, into the territory of the Soviet Union, sometime tonight by New York time. We have no details as to actual military operations. We don't know from what points they started. It's presumed that the attack began in Finland, where there have been important German concentrations in the last few weeks. 10,000 men were reported there quite recently, and from Romania. The provisional interpretation one can make of this tremendous, this sensational event is that Hitler needs the granaries of the Ukraine and the oil of the Caucasus so desperately that he is risking this most ambitious of all his military adventures on what is beyond any doubt the major crisis of his career. The attack on Russia also means that the war is a genuine two-front war, because, after all, never to be forgotten is the Battle of the Atlantic on the other side, the battle against England. Probably the attack on the Soviet Union means that any attempt to invade England has been given up by the Germans for some time to come, possibly for all the rest of this year. It's almost inconceivable that a German attack on England can take place at the same time as an attack on Russia. Hitler's attacks rely on enormous concentrations of air power. It's almost impossible that he should have enough airplanes, to say nothing of tanks and land material, on both sides. German statements tonight repeat the kind of thing that are common when the Germans move against another country. Hitler says that the Russians have violated their agreements. He charges the Soviet with crossing the German frontier, that Soviet airplanes flew over Poland and Romania, contrary to the frontier arrangements that the Germans and Russians had made. It also said that the Soviet government is accused of demanding mobilization of the Serbian armies. One of Hitler's remarks, so familiar to anyone who has watched his remarks at similar times, is this, quote, "The moment has come when I can no longer look upon these developments." He means, of course, merely look. Then he pointed out that both Finns and Romanians were standing shoulder to shoulder with the Germans. It's an odd way to put it. And Hitler said he had decided to place the fate of his people and of Europe in the hands of the German army. Now, Mr. Hitler has several times run rather wild with international commitments. He has more than once broken his promises, his pledges. He's torn up, as we all know, many more than one treaty. But this surely is the most flagrant repudiation of a pledge and a promise that even Hitler has ever made. You all remember the 1939 treaty between Russia and Germany, the treaty that was an introduction to the World War, a 10-year non-aggression pact between these old enemies. It was a treaty in which both countries promised absolute peace, neutrality, friendship, cooperation, and so on. Now it is one of the most extraordinary scraps of paper that even these times can produce. Another extremely interesting thing tonight is that, as far as we know at the moment, this is the only time in which the German armies have attacked anyone with a formal declaration of war. This is explicit in the early news bulletins, but on the other hand, I should like to mention it with some caution, because, as I recall, the night that the Germans went into Yugoslavia, it was also first said that there was a declaration of war. Later, this was not confirmed. The Germans never declared war on Yugoslavia or Greece. But tonight it is said they have declared war on the Soviet Union. The ramifications of this adventure are so enormous that it's almost impossible to talk about them. One is, of course, the direct military prospects. The Germans have their armored, their panzer divisions, presumably ready for attack in 2 quarters from the Finnish frontier against Leningrad which is important as a controlling factor in the Baltic. Second, an attack 1,000 miles to the south in the Ukraine, the flat country where most of Russia's harvest is gathered, and which is on the way to the Caucasus, where, of course, there is oil. You'll remember the treaty that the Germans suddenly signed with the Turks a few days ago. Many people were puzzled by that treaty. Its meaning now becomes completely obvious. It was to neutralize the Turks in this Russo-German campaign against Russia. Another thing that we must watch very carefully will be the repercussions that a German attack on Russia will cause among certain circles, both in the United States and in Great Britain. After all, this turns the clock back with a vengeance. Now again, we have the old Nazi, Mr. Hitler, attacking the communists who, for so many years, he had always said were the people he hated most, his bitterest enemies, the people whom he despised and loathed more even than the Jews. That period ended with the Russo-German Pact of 1939. Now Hitler's back to his old Mein Kampf thesis. He is attacking communists. He is attacking communists in Russia, which is the stronghold of whatever communism is left there. This will probably mean that some old-style conservatives in Great Britain, perhaps even some defeatists and appeasers in the United States, will come out and say, as they used to say 6 or 7 years ago, ah yes, Mr. Hitler is saving us from Bolshevism by attacking Russia. Such talk isn't likely to go very far nowadays, however. This also brings up the question of the Hess affair. It's very interesting to wonder what Mr. Hess is thinking about tonight, because after all, if the official story is accepted, Hess fled Germany largely on account of differences with Hitler in regard to collaboration with Russia. The various military aspects of this campaign are almost impossible to talk about. We don't know how strong the Russians are. They've had ample time to prepare. But certainly, the campaign will give us an answer to one of the most tremendous questions in the entire world. That is, how strong the Russians are. Here is more of the text of Foreign Minister von Ribbentrop's formal declaration of war, as translated by the NBC shortwave listening post. Quote, the German government has tried consistently to reconcile the two radically opposing viewpoints, that of National Socialism of Germany and the Communism of Russia, but to no avail. The German government has tried to reconcile its own viewpoint with that of the Russian government. It has consistently tried also to bring about equable relations between the various nations of the European continent. However, the German government found that this course could not be pursued indefinitely in view of the fact that the doctrines of the international Jewish Comintern would not permit the working out of amicable relations between the various nations, and particularly prevent effectively any real cooperation between Germany and Soviet Russia. Unquote. We shall have more in a few moments.
You've just heard John Gunther in an analysis of the German-Russo War Declaration. NBC and many of its associated stations from coast to coast will remain open until further notice to bring you the latest on the war situation from Washington, London, Berlin, Moscow, and Helsinki. This is the National Broadcasting Company, RCA Building, Radio City, New York. Ladies and gentlemen, we want to take just a moment to remind you once again that the National Broadcasting Company and many of its associated stations from coast to coast will remain open, on the air that is, until further notice, to bring you the latest developments in this new war situation. From Washington, London, Berlin, Moscow, and Helsinki. Keep tuned to this station. Ladies and gentlemen, NBC has just been notified that Prime Minister Winston Churchill will speak on the German-Russian situation at 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, Eastern Daylight Time. His address will be carried over most of these stations on the NBC networks. I think that's important enough to repeat. Prime Minister Winston Churchill will speak on the German-Russian situation at 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, Eastern Daylight Saving Time. That's this afternoon, of course. it now being 10 minutes of 4 in New York. Keep tuned to this station.
For an address by Prime Minister Winston Churchill, we take you now to London.
Of the British Broadcasting Corporation. We are now making an important alteration in our scheduled program. In about half a minute's time, you will hear the Prime Minister, Mr. Winston Churchill, speaking to listeners at home and overseas. Will you please stay tuned into London while we link up with the home and forces listeners to hear the Prime Minister's speech. This is the BBC Home, Forces and Overseas program. Listeners at home and all over the world are now to hear the Prime Minister of Great Britain. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Churchill.
I have taken occasion to speak to you tonight because we have reached one of the climacterics of the war. In the first of these intense turning points, a year ago, France fell prostrate under the German hammer, and we had to face the storm alone. The second was when the Royal Air Force beat the Hun raiders out of the daylight air and thus warded off the Nazi invasion of our islands while we were still ill-armed and ill-prepared. The third turning point was when the President and Congress of the United States passed the Lease and Lend enactment devoting nearly 2,000 million sterling of the wealth of the New World to help us defend our liberties and their own. Those were the three climacterics. The fourth is now upon us. At 4 o'clock this morning, Hitler attacked and invaded Russia. All his usual formalities of perfidy were observed with scrupulous technique. A non-aggression treaty had been solemnly signed and was in force between the two countries. No complaint had been made by Germany of its non-fulfillment. Under its cloak of false confidence, the German army grew up in immense strength along a line which stretched from the White Sea to the Black Sea. And their air fleets and armored divisions slowly and methodically took up their stations. Then, suddenly, without declaration of war, without even an ultimatum, the German bombs rained down from the sky upon the Russian cities. The German troops violated the Russian frontiers, and an hour later, the German ambassador, who till the night before was lavishing his assurances of friendship, almost of alliance, upon the Russians, called upon the Russian foreign minister to tell him that a state of war existed between Germany and Russia. Thus was repeated on a far larger scale the same kind of outrage against every form of signed compact and international faith which we have witnessed in Norway, in Denmark, in Holland, in Belgium, and which Hitler's accomplice and jackal Mussolini so faithfully imitated in the case of Greece. All this was no surprise to me. In fact, I gave clear and precise warning to Stalin
of what was coming. I gave him warnings, as I have given warnings to others before. I can only hope that these warnings did not fall unheeded. All we know at present is that the Russian people are defending their native soil, and that their leaders have called upon them to resist to the utmost. Hitler is a monster of wickedness, insatiable in his lust for blood and plunder. Not content with having all Europe under his heel, or else terrorized into various forms of abject submission, he must now carry his work of butchery and desolation among the vast multitude of Russia and of Asia. The terrible military machine which we and the rest of the civilized world so foolishly, so supinely, so insensately allowed the Nazi gangsters to build up year by year from almost nothing. This machine cannot stand idle, lest it rust or fall to pieces. It must be in continual motion, grinding up human lives and trampling down the homes and the rights of hundreds of millions of men. Moreover, it must be fed, not only with flesh, but with oil. So now this bloodthirsty gutter snipe must launch his mechanized armies upon new fields of slaughter, pillage, and devastation. Poor as are the Russian peasants, workmen, and soldiers, he must steal from them their daily bread. He must devour their harvests. He must rob them of the oil which drives their plows, and thus produce a famine without example in human history. And even the carnage and ruin which is victory, should he gain it, he has not gained it yet, will bring upon the Russian people, will itself be only a stepping stone to the attempt to plunge the 400 or 500 millions who live in China and the 350 million who live in India into that bottomless pit of human degradation over which the diabolic emblem of the swastika flaunts itself. It is not too much to say here this summer evening that the lives and happiness of 1,000 million additional human beings are now menaced with brutal Nazi violence. That is enough to make us hold our breath. But presently I shall show you something else that lies behind, and something that touches very nearly the life of Britain and of the United States. The Nazi regime is indistinguishable from the worst features of communism. It is devoid of all theme and principle except appetite and racial domination. It excels all forms of human wickedness in the efficiency of its cruelty and ferocious aggression. No one has been a more consistent opponent of communism than I have for the last 25 years. I will unsay no word that I've spoken about it. But all this fades away before the spectacle which is now unfolding. The past, with its crimes, its follies, and its tragedies, flashes away. I see the Russian soldiers standing on the threshold of their native land, guarding the fields which their fathers have tilled from time immemorial. I see them guarding their homes, where mothers and wives pray. Ah, yes, for there are times when all pray for the safety of their loved ones, for the return of the breadwinner, of the champion, of their protector. I see the 10,000 villages of Russia where the means of existence was wrung so hardly from the soil, but where there are still primordial human joys, where maidens laugh and children play. I see advancing upon all this in hideous onslaught the Nazi war machine with its clanking, heel-clicking, dandified Prussian officers, its crafty, expert agents, fresh from the cowing and tying down of a dozen countries. I see also the dull, drilled, docile, brutish masses of the Hun soldiery plodding on like a swarm of crawling locusts. I see the German bombers and fighters in the sky, still smarting from many a British whipping, but delighted to find what they believe is an easier and a safer prey. And behind all this glare, behind all this storm, I see that small group of villainous men who plan, organize, and launch this cataract of horrors upon mankind. And then my mind goes back across the years to the days when the Russian armies were our allies against the same deadly foe, when they fought with so much valor and constancy and helped to gain a victory, from all share in which, alas, they were, through no fault of ours, utterly cut out. I've lived through all this, and you will pardon me if I express my feelings and despair of old memories. But now I have to declare the decision of His Majesty's government, and I feel sure it is a decision in which the great dominion will, in due course, concur. So that we must speak out now, at once, without a day's delay. I have to make the declaration. But can you doubt what our policy will be? We have but one aim, and one single irrevocable purpose. We are resolved to destroy Hitler and every vestige of the Nazi regime. From this nothing will come. Nothing. We will never parley. We will never negotiate with Hitler or any of his gang. We shall fight him by land. We shall fight him by sea. We shall fight him in the air until, with God's help, we have rid the earth of his shadow and liberated its people from his yoke. Any man or state who fights against Nazism will have our aid. Any man or state who marches with Hitler is our foe. This applies not only to organized states, but to all representatives of that vile race of quislings who make themselves the tools and agents of the Nazi regime against their fellow countrymen and against the lands of their birth. These quislings, like the Nazi leaders themselves, if not disposed of by their fellow countrymen who could save trouble, will be delivered by us on the morrow of victory to the justice of the Allied tribunal. That is our policy, and that is our declaration. It follows, therefore, that we shall give whatever help we can to Russia and to the Russian people. We shall appeal to all our friends and allies in every part of the world to take the same course, and pursue, as we shall, faithfully and steadfastly to the end. We have offered to the government of Soviet Russia any technical or economic assistance which is in our power, and which is likely to be of service to them. We shall bomb Germany by day as well as by night in ever-increasing measure, casting upon them month by month a heavier discharge of bombs, and making the German people taste and gulp each month a sharper dose of the miseries they have showered upon mankind. It is noteworthy that only yesterday the Royal Air Force, fighting inland over France, cut down with very small loss to themselves 28 of the Hun fighting machines in the air above the French soil. They had invaded, defiled, and professed to hold. But this is only a beginning. From now henceforward, the main expansion of our Air Force proceeds with gathering speed. In another 6 months, the weight of the help we are receiving from the United States in war materials of all kinds, especially in heavy bombers, will begin to tell. This is no class war. This is a war in which the whole British Empire and Commonwealth of Nations is engaged without distinction of race, creed, or party. It is not for me to speak of the action of the United States, but this I will say. If Hitler imagines that his attack on Soviet Russia will cause the slightest division of aim or slackening of effort in the great democracies who are resolved upon his doom, he is woefully mistaken. On the contrary, we shall be fortified and encouraged in our efforts to rescue mankind from his tyranny. We shall be strengthened and not weakened in our determination and in our resources. This is no time to moralize upon the follies of countries and governments which have allowed themselves to be struck down one by one, when by united action they could so easily have saved themselves and saved the world from this catastrophe. But when I spoke a few minutes ago of Hitler's bloodlust and the hateful appetites which have impelled or lured him on his Russian adventure, I said there was one deeper motive behind his outrage. He wishes to destroy the Russian power because he hopes that if he succeeds in this, he will be able to bring back the main strength of his army and air force from the east and hurl it upon this island, which he knows he must conquer or suffer the penalty of his crimes. His invasion of Russia is no more than a prelude to an attempted invasion of the British Isles. He hopes, no doubt, that all this may be accomplished before the winter comes, and that he can overwhelm Great Britain before the fleets and air power of the United States will intervene. He hopes that he may once again repeat upon a greater scale than ever before that process of destroying his enemies one, by which he has so long thrived and prospered. And that then the scene will be clear for the final act, without which all his conquests would be in vain, namely the subjugation of the Western Hemisphere to his will and to his system. The Russian danger is therefore our danger, and the danger of the United States, just as the cause of any Russian fighting for his hearth and home is the cause of free men and free peoples in every quarter of the globe. Let us learn the lessons already taught by such cruel experience. Let us redouble our exertions and strike with united strength while life and power remain.
You have been listening to Mr. Winston Churchill.
WEAF, New York.
Good evening, everyone. This is your RCA Victor Overseas reporter, George Putnam, with the latest Associated Press news from all parts of the world. Do you want to know how to be in two places at the same time? Well, take along the RCA Victor personal radio wherever you go, to the beach, to the mountains, or to the country, and tune in your favorite radio program. Then you're both here and there at any hour of the day or night. Though a dwarf in size, this miniature radio is a giant in action, with its 4 tubes which give 6-tube performance, a 3-inch permanent magnet speaker, and self-contained batteries.
To tune in, you simply open the attractive hinge cover, and the radio goes into action instantly. Station pulling power, beautiful tone, plenty of volume. And the price, just $20 with a beautiful leather carrying case thrown in if you buy it now. So be sure to see the RCA Victor personal radio tomorrow, sure. Another dawn is about to break on Europe's latest battleground, the fierce struggle between Adolf Hitler's blitzkrieg forces and the Red Army of Russia. And already Germany is claiming startling victories in this, her latest attempt at domination of all Europe. Berlin claims smashing air assaults on the Russian Black Sea base of Sevastopol. The German High Command says at least 40 Soviet planes have been destroyed in the very first 24 hours of fighting. And a German U-boat is said to have sunk a 4,000-ton Russian steamer in Russian waters. Nazi troops are bolstered by vengeful Finnish and Romanian fighters, and the might of the three countries has been unleashed against the Soviet Union on a 2,000-mile front, a front that ranges from the tepid waters of the Black Sea to those frozen wastes of the Arctic North, a battle zone that Germany calls the most extensive continuous line in the history of warfare. In scope and in its meaning, this struggle may well develop into the greatest war in history. It means that Adolf Hitler has given up all hope of any quick conquest of Britain, and it opens a contest in some respects dwarfs the German war with the British Empire. Hitler and his allies set out with a cry that this is a holy war, a war against the Soviet, that country whose active and passive cooperation had helped him to tear Poland apart less than 2 years ago. And Italy, the lesser half of the Axis combination, has officially joined in what Rome calls the modern crusade against Bolshevism. So vast is the arena of the new struggle that news of its progress is scant and scattered. It began with heavy aerial action, and as soon as the 0 hour was reached, German warplanes blasted at Kiev, the capital of the rich Russian wheatlands of the Ukraine. On Zhytomyr, also in the Ukraine, and on Kaunas, the capital of old Lithuania, which Russia seized just a year ago. Russia immediately put the Red Air Fleet aloft, and there have been heavy air battles over Germany's East Prussia. But the exact outcome of these battles is shrouded in double-edged censorship. As to ground forces, the Nazis offered only the general statement that their advance was everywhere underway, and sources in Berlin predict that the Russian campaign will take no more than a month. To this new fighting, Britain has officially turned a cautious eye, but it was pointed out in London that the British and the Russians are now fighting the same foe, and Prime Minister Winston Churchill declared in a worldwide radio address this afternoon, any man or state that fights against Adolf Hitler will have our full and uncompromising aid. Churchill suggested that the United States take a similar course. The initial maneuvers in Tokyo indicate that Japan, although a member of the Axis alliance, would stay out of this fighting. Sweden's wireless broadcast instruction to all ships at sea to return at once to Swedish ports, the sort of direction that usually is given by a power to become a belligerent. But London says that after a special meeting of the Swedish cabinet, Sweden has decided to follow a policy of strict neutrality. Turkey also has officially announced her neutrality, while Spain has made it clear that she sympathizes with Germany. The German attack, it seems, is intended to immediately seize the Russian productive areas most vital to Germany's continuation of the war against Britain, the wheat of the Ukraine, and the southern Russian oil fields. At the moment, one of the leading questions on the new situation in Europe is just how closely Britain will cooperate with the Soviet. And on this score, there is one straw in the wind. Ivan Maisky, the Russian ambassador to London, had an important talk tonight with Anthony Eden, the British Foreign Secretary. Maisky was smiling broadly after the talk. There's much speculation as to whether the Russians will prove to have what they have often claimed, the world's largest air force of 30,000 pilots, 1,000 parachute troops. This air force is said to be based deep in the Russian interior. In the south, the Russian first line of artillery is massed along the Dniester River at the former Romanian-Russian border. London understands that the plan of the Soviet army is to smash at the center of Germany while the Nazis advance through the Ukraine and Finland. And just a few minutes ago, NBC shortwave monitors heard the Berlin radio warn that Russia now is in a position to launch attacks upon the Reich territory. In announcing his campaign against the Soviet, Adolf Hitler appeared almost relieved at the final break in what had been an extraordinary alliance between communism and Nazism. Hitler accused the Russians of violating the common German-Soviet frontier in Eastern Europe, of plotting with England against the Reich. For the Russians, the Foreign Commissar Molotov accused the Nazis of a cynical aggression. Moscow was active in calling upon public unity, and to all Russians it was recalled that Napoleon too had sought to conquer Russia once. The Soviet admitted that it didn't even have a chance to appease Hitler, And in so saying, it implied, of course, that Russia might have given a good deal to get out of fighting. As a sidelight on the state of affairs in the Soviet, the Moscow radio today broadcast President Roosevelt's sharp denunciation of the Germans as international outlaws. That was a denunciation made just 3 days ago. Tonight, Moscow is under martial law, but there is calm in the city, no indication that the country is engaged in a major war. The developments of the older war have been cast almost into obscurity by the fateful German-Russian clash. But these are the high points. Britain's Royal Air Force swept wide over Nazi-occupied France during the day and the evening and claimed the destruction of 30 German planes. 2 British planes were lost. London had its first alarm in 9 nights, but the attack appeared fairly light. The Italians, almost out of the picture in the war in Europe's east, reported that their submarines had sunk 15 British ships in a mass attack on a British convoy in the Atlantic early in June. In the Middle East fighting, the British command claimed gains over wide areas. Just a few minutes ago, the Minister of Finland at Washington, Jalmar J. Prokope, wired us that Finland is not at war. The relations with Russia continue as hitherto, says Prokope. There have been violations of our territory by Russian planes, as was told this morning. They are regrettable incidents. However, the Finnish minister continues, my hope is that we will be left in peace. But if we are attacked, we will defend ourselves. We will fight to defend our independence, our liberty, and our democratic way of living. Because, concludes Minister Prokope, please remember that Finland is and will, whatever happens, remain a liberty-loving, democratic people. Here's a late dispatch from Helsinki. A Berlin report to a Finnish newspaper said tonight the German successes against Russia can be compared to the biggest victories in the course of this war. German planes, the report said, were able to make 2 or 3 trips into Russia with loads of bombs. No significant anti-aircraft fire was encountered, and only a few Russian fighters were met. The German report claimed that the Russians were retreating at various points along the front. Washington is buzzing tonight with diplomatic activity. Some diplomatic quarters foresee the establishment of close economic cooperation of Britain, Russia, and the United States against Germany. News of Germany's declaration of war against Russia struck the capital with as much surprise as did the Russian-German Non-Aggression Pact of 1939. Officially, the American government withheld any formal statement of its views on the situation. But State Department sources described the German action as convincing proof that Adolf Hitler was bent on domination of the entire world. The State Department reaction clearly branded Germany as the aggressor and thus raised the question of possible American aid, lease land or otherwise, to Russia. Officials would not indicate the American course of action pending a further study. A small squadron lay at anchor off Portsmouth, New Hampshire this afternoon. Aboard the vessel were Secretary Frank Knox and 1,000 other Navy men ranging from admirals to common seamen. They were the men who had tried to salvage the submarine 09. In the late afternoon, a diver came up after sinking 440 feet to inspect the craft. His report was, no hope of salvaging the sunken craft. Not the slightest chance that any of the 33 men of the U.S. Navy board could still be alive. So the order was given, abandon salvage operations. And then, of course, the solemn funeral services. Wreaths were dropped over the watery graves. Secretary Knox delivered a simple eulogy. Goodbye, we thank you, God bless you. Here's the latest news from overseas as heard at the NBC shortwave listening post. Rome. The Italian radio declared tonight that a state of siege has been proclaimed throughout Turkey. Rome quoted reports from Ankara. Berlin. The German radio has just released a report from the German High Command. The broadcaster said that the High Command wished to point out these facts to the German public. First, Russia has a highly trained and well-equipped army. Second, Russia on her western front is highly fortified. Third, that the Soviet has been moving her heavy industrial plants away from the zone along the Russian border. Fourth, that Russia has 117 divisions right on the German border. The word right, by the way, was emphasized by this German announcer. And 5, that the Russians had created a dead zone extending some miles back from the border. Well, after giving his announcement from the High Command, the German announcer went on to enumerate German successes up to that hour early Monday morning. He spoke of German planes destroying tents, barracks, and motorized columns on the Russian side of the border. But he made no mention of any specific positions taken in this German attack. Berlin. Berlin is using a new opening line on its shortwave broadcasts. Formerly it was, England has declared war. Germany's victory will end this once and for all. But now it's, German forces will save Europe and the world from Bolshevik clutches. Moscow. Russia's regularly scheduled news broadcast tonight led off with the full text of Foreign Commissar Molotov's earlier declaration. And then the Russian announcer read a series of anti-Nazi resolutions passed by various working men's organizations in the Soviet. The broadcast was climaxed by an interview with a 60-year-old Cossack who told in detail how much faster Cossack horses are than those of other armies. That's the latest news from overseas as heard at the NBC shortwave listening post on special RCA shortwave equipment. Late sports and weather news in just a moment. Words really fall short in describing the RCA Victor personal radio. We can tell you what a marvelous companion it is on an outing, how clear and full its reception, how compact its camera size and 4 1/4 pound weight, how convenient its suntan saddle leather carrying case with strong shoulder strap attached, how distinctive its wear-resistant black fabricoid cover, its plastic lid and polished chromium trimmings. Yes, we can stress the fact that you can now get this $20 radio and $6.50 carrying case for the price of that radio alone, just $20. But despite what we say, you can't really appreciate the RCA Victor personal radio unless you go to your RCA Victor dealer and let this versatile little performer speak for itself. So go, see, hear, and be convinced. And now for today's Major League ball scores. Well, the New York teams won 5 games today, which should give the local fans quite a lift. The Brooklyn Dodgers took 2 from Cincinnati, 2-1 and 3-2. The Giants took 2 from the league-leading St. Louis Cards, 4-3 and 3-2. And the Yankees beat Detroit 5-4. Well, that puts the Dodgers within 1 game of the lead in the National League race, with the Giants taking a good, firm grip on 3rd place. Elsewhere in the majors, the Chicago White Sox and Philadelphia's A's split a doubleheader, Chicago taking the first 14-0, Philadelphia taking the second 3-0. Boston took the first game from St. Louis 7-5, but St. Louis won the second 12-3. Cleveland tripped Washington 6-0 for Bob Feller's 15th win. And over in the National League, Boston took 2 from Chicago 6-5 and 3-2. Pittsburgh won the first from Philadelphia 4-1. But Philadelphia took the nightcap 7-4. And I guess that just about winds up the ball scores for this evening. Out in Toledo, Ohio, Ben Hogan and Jim Demaret, those golfers from Texas, won the 7th annual Inverness Invitational 4-ball match. And they split $2,000 in prize money. Out at Chicago, Frank Parker won the National Clay Courts Tennis Singles Championship by defeating Bobby Riggs. The scores were 6-3, 7-5, 6-8, 4-6, and 6-3. Here in New York, a slight case of congestion developed in New York today when 5 Bronx children tried to jam into a subway turnstile on 1 nickel. It took a police emergency squad to free them. The children were embarrassed, but unhurt. Well, that brings us down to the weather forecast for New York City and vicinity. The weatherman has this to say: it'll be cloudy tomorrow, not quite so warm. Possibly there'll be scattered showers, so you'd better get the rubbers and umbrellas out for tomorrow morning. And the temperature right now in Radio City is 88 degrees. Be sure to tune in again at the same time tomorrow night, 11 o'clock, for your RCA Victor Overseas reporter with the latest news from all over the world. This is George Putnam speaking, wishing you a very pleasant good night. This is the National Broadcasting Company. One moment, please.
The program originally scheduled for this time will be delayed.
A bulletin from the NBC Newsroom. London, Monday. Radio Moscow has just broadcast the first Russian war communique. It admits that German troops have occupied 3 cities in the districts of Grano and Kiristenople.
Stay tuned next for the Columbia Workshop.
The Columbia Workshop presents number 8 of 26 by Corwin.
Daybreak, a program to be followed on your atlas. A super travelogue written and directed by Norman Corwin with an original musical score composed and conducted by Lynn Murray and featuring La Coelho and Frank Gallup.
A day grows older only when you stand and watch it coming at you. Otherwise, it is continuous. If you could keep a half degree ahead of sunup on the world's horizons, you'd see new light always breaking on some slope of ocean or some patch of land. A morning can be kept up with by trailing night. And this we shall do. Where we begin, we shall return to, circling the earth meanwhile. We are at latitude 40 degrees north and longitude 25 degrees west. We will come back here at the circle's end. But now, beneath us, there is water, nothing else. The long Atlantic flowing to the north, cirrus clouds resembling herringbone high up. Along the curving fringe, 10,000 miles from top to bottom of the globe, are only islands very far apart. Some atolls in the South Atlantic, icebergs off the Sandwich Archipelago. The rim of light is touching now one continent alone of all the mainlands it will overtake today, the eastern shores of Greenland. Southwest of the Cape Verde Islands, there's a thunderstorm, not mud, a little rain, grumbling from a cumulus. Through it, unruffled, plows a tramp from Cape Town headed for the Caribbean. There is a hint of day to starboard and the smudge of night to port. Thunder about. The striking of the hour is expected momentarily inside the wheelroom. Meanwhile, the course is west-northwest. See for yourself.
Okay, Johnny, I'll take over now.
Hiya.
You look as though you could use some shut-eye.
Well, it hasn't been a bad stretch. Storm's not much.
Give me some tobacco before you go, will you?
Sure. Take the rest of this can. I got some more in the locker.
Thanks. What's the course?
11.6 by 31.4. Course west-northwest, 2 degrees, steady as she goes.
Right. Well, I hope the old man's better humor than he was on my last watch. I thought he was going to eat the glass right out of the binnacle lamp.
Yeah. He's been on the prod for the last 3 days. Well, see you later.
The tramp is 100 miles behind us now. As quick as that. The thunder also. Now the sun's antennae reach another 5 degrees yet west of Greenwich. Nothing now but water south of Greenland, clear down past the humid zones of the equator, down the easy ground swells to the barriers of ice in the Antarctic. That dark shape coming toward us is the bulge of South America, the coastline of Brazil. Now you can smell the spices in the offshore breeze. That's Pernambuco over there. And the green light way below us is the airport at Natal. And now in succession come the mountain ranges like slow turning gears. That string of lights is Rio. The coast spreads wider, north and south. And for the first time, you begin to sense this is a continent, rotating hugely toward the sun. The endless forests in the Mato Grosso, they're tipped with light. The jungle life's astir, the birds a-twitter. To the north, the great mouth of the Amazon yawns wide, the islands in it looming suddenly. Yet, at this very moment, day is touching on the continent of North America, the shores of Newfoundland. Fogs drifting in from the Grand Banks. We cannot see the chimneys of St. John. The whole Atlantic seaboard, Eastport to Key West, is still in darkness. Further down the hemisphere, light picks its way among the Lesser Antilles, spreads out down Venezuela, down the Gran Chaco, the Pampas of the Argentine, and stirs sleepers in their sleep in Buenos Aires. In the sertón of Bahia, beyond the reach of tourists and authorities, the forbidden dance of the macumba pauses while a priestess incantates the spirit of the dawn. Back further in the jungle, where the Negro River cuts a swathe, the tropic black is still unbroken. But north again, north, beyond the rain, the mountains, over the rooftops of Caracas, over the Indies, dawn is coming now to Hancock County, Maine. There in Penobscot Bay, a lobster fisherman rides home with the light of day behind him and the lighthouse just ahead. On his way in, he meets a neighbor pulling up some lobster pots.
How are they running, Manny? Only 8 so far and 2 strings. Crabs, mostly. They eat the dang bait till there ain't nothing left for the lobster.
Same with me. Guess the bottom's drying up, dang it.
My old lady said she'd throw me out of the house if I didn't bring one home to her.
Well, good luck, Manny. Hope you fill her up to the scuppers.
So long, Lem.
Even as we lingered, this young light, which now has trickled down the coast, begins to lift the land fog from Cape Cod. It also, at this very moment, reddens the high peak of Aconcagua in the Andes of the Argentine, the highest peak in all the ranging hemisphere. It washes over narrow Chile, too, and skips across the triple mountain ranges of Peru. The gleam at last from breakers on the long Pacific shore. Cape Horn and Sandy Hook are tinctured now. Magellan's windy straits, Columbus's San Salvador, and Hendrick Hudson's River, all are lighted by the same oncoming dawn. The highest mountain and the highest building meet the morning in the same hushed moment. 34th Street in Manhattan is awash with prophecy of day. A little north by east of where the Empire State is, underground at Madison and 53rd, a stranger in Manhattan tries to find his way.
you tell me what train I'd take for the George Washington Bridge?
Go down to the first level, take any train. If it's an F train, get off the next stop, 50th and 6th Avenue.
Look, mister, I want to go uptown.
Yeah, Mac, but these trains all happen to go downtown, so you have to change. So get off at 50th and 6th Avenue, then cross over to the uptown side. Then take a train marked D and get off at Columbus Circle. That's 59th Street. Then wait for an A train on the same track, and that'll take you right to the bridge at 179th Street.
Change at 50th and 6th Avenue. Then take a train marked D to Columbus Circle. And then?
And then the A train to 179th Street.
Oh, yes. A to 179th Street. Thank you, mister.
Now, wait a minute. That's only for one of the trains. If the first one through here is an E train, take her down to 8th Avenue and 42nd Street.
You mean I have to go downtown before I can go uptown?
Well, you have to get hungry before you can eat, don't you? Oh, so all right, then. Go down to 42nd Street, cross over, and catch the A train, same as before. Only difference is here you have to go down further to do it, okay?
The morning is beyond the bridges of the Hudson now, and slanting through the passes of the Appalachians. The seaboard's brightening. A wind is playing with the tide off Hatteras. Miami looks alert. Street lamps are turned off in Ottawa. There's drizzle over part of Lake Ontario. Day rises now on two canals, the Erie in New York State and the Panama. It's the same slip of morning to both ditches, though they lie 2,000 miles apart. 3 of the 5 Great Lakes have caught the fire, but just as dawn arrives in Dayton, it departs beyond the western shores of South America into the waiting Pacific. In northern Indiana, flames are spitting from the forges of the mills at Gary. Under the stacks and sooted roofs, the night shift labors on the final stretch. It's snowing now on Mystic Boothia, the northernmost peninsula of North America. But morning overrides the storm. Here's the magnetic pole which keeps all of the world's compasses aquiver. While Boothia is freezing, there's a light dew brewing west of Omaha. Warm winds at Dallas, and gray-green reflections in the water at the docks of Veracruz. Long brooding Popocatépetl rears his head above a zone of nimbus clouds and looks around to see if all is punctual. Now, one vast sweep of plain, the sea of flatlands tilted upward toward the still dark Rockies, quietly and calmly takes on day. Hundreds of rectangle counties, county after county, come into the fold of morning. In the town of Guthrie, Logan County, Oklahoma, on the porch of a house near the cottonwood, a boy observes the heavens getting pale.
Betty, you sleep?
No. I'm awake.
You know something, Betty? I never been up all night in my life before.
Me neither.
When a fella likes a girl, he likes to sit up with her.
Well, if a girl likes a fella, it's about the same thing, ain't it? I mean, in the same way, sort of.
Yeah. Gosh, it's one and the same thing, no matter how you look at it, I guess.
I agree with you.
Ain't the sky pretty, though?
It's breathtakingly beautiful.
Wouldn't it be nice if we could do this every night?
It would be divine.
You really mean that, Betty?
Absolutely.
Gosh. Thanks. I didn't expect you to say it'd be divine. That's saying a lot.
Well, I don't take back a word of it.
Gee, Betty. Thanks a lot.
While love awakens on a porch in Guthrie, the somber Rocky Mountains watch the stars burn out above the great plateaus. Rangers rise to block the passage of the day, but not for long. Dawn vaults them all, these mountains with the Spanish names, spreads out on the square states, rolls over into Arizona. And now, we're over the Grand Canyon, riotous with reds and purples. Chilling with its silence and its majesty, a group of tourists watching sunup from the southern rim.
It certainly is all it's cracked up to be, isn't it, Mrs. Steuben?
Oh, it's gorgeous. I've seen it once before, but it seems to be more gorgeous every time I see it. Look at that.
Nothing like this in Brooklyn, eh, Eddie?
You got something there, Perry. You know, if somebody painted this, you wouldn't believe it.
That's absolutely right.
I don't know about you, but I wouldn't like to fall down off one of them cliffs.
Me neither. Gee, ain't the silence wonderful?
Did you know that this place can be deafening with noise sometimes?
Is that right?
It can?
Sure. When it makes a noise like a canyon.
Death Valley comes to life. Mount Whitney yawns and stretches. Ancient redwood trees look up with boredom at another day. An owl screams in the woodlands of Yosemite. The sea fog sitting on Los Angeles, but Palos Verdes and the top of Catalina float above the mists. Rain in Seattle, heavy in Snohomish County. Routine fog in San Francisco lifting. In a cafe on the Embarcadero, the dregs of night still linger.
I'm sorry, Mr. Stewart, but you will have to go home or we close up now.
Go on away, old man. I'm the greatest composer since the days of Yasha Masha Pasha.
Look, I gotta close up. The cops are taking my license if I don't.
Cops.
Oh, now be good guys. Go on, please. Be good guys. Look, is it getting light already, see?
Just one more piece. Staccato and Fuji by Johann Sebastian Strauss.
One more. Is it what you said before?
Well, this time I'm a man of my word, Nicky, old boy. I'm the man behind the man behind the man of my word, see? Just one more. Johann Sebastian.
All right. Just this one.
Just this one, just this. Now, take it easy, Nick, old boy. You sit and listen to Johann Sebastian Strauss. Play a little bit of the...
The snowfields of the Yukon and the Klondike Mountains lie face up, interpreting the soundless and mysterious code of the Aurora Borealis. The streamers, green and orange, shimmering in the black Arctic night, yield occultly to new light from behind the frozen ranges to the east. The dawn is peaked and pinched here in Alaska. It is fuller on the endless swells of the Pacific to the south. The Pacific flowing now in space so prodigal that only stellar seas could understand. The hemisphere is falling back. McKinley passes in the great processional. Alaska's valley of 10,000 smokes turns steaming to the sun from which its planetary fire was drawn down. The roar of Katmai, angriest volcano of them all, abates none, scorning the eruption of such placid stuffs as mornings. South as the crow flies, flying just about 2,000 miles, is another such volcano, set about by sea, Mauna Loa, monarch of the glistening Hawaiian Islands, stands frowning down on fields of its own lava. These islands are romantic at night to all romanticists. But now, at dawn in Honolulu, where the trade wind stirs the cocoa palms, a practical procedure is taking place inside a hospital. Beneath the white glare of the operating lamps, a surgeon meets with an emergency.
Doctor, the pressure's falling rapidly and the pulse is becoming steady.
Get that transfusion set ready. Dr. Jones, you scrub the transfusion.
Right, sir.
Is the donor outside? Has he been cross-matched?
Yes, sir.
All right. Start the transfusion. Give him a hypo of adrenaline. Get the large kidney clamps and the heavy ligature ready. Suction.
Sponge, the pulse is becoming imperceptible. Heart sounds very feeble.
Inject some coramin into the veins.
Yes, sir. Doctor, the heart sounds are not audible.
Massage the heart. When?
Pupils are widely dilated, Doctor.
There's no response from the heart at all.
Doctor, the patient has ceased breathing.
Well, we did all we could.
Northward, at the moment of this dawn death, the night's pushed back entire from the face of North America. It's west of Bering Strait now, in Soviet Siberia, pursued across the stepping stones of the Aleutian Islands. Daybreak has reached the 180th meridian, where man, in spite of all his quarreling, agrees by international accord that here his calendar divides today from yesterday. A liner headed for San Pedro crosses this imaginary line. On B deck, a woman is awake to greet the moment.
You mean we're crossing at this very moment, officer?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, it's so thrilling. Just think, a minute ago it was Sunday, and now it's Saturday.
Yes, ma'am. The international dateline.
Does that mean we're a day ahead of the rest of the world?
Oh, no. Where did you get that idea?
Well, that's true, isn't it?
No. It merely means
Well,
that there's...
5 hours ago it was midnight Saturday, and so it became Sunday. And now it's Saturday again. Is that fair?
Well, you see, madam, it works like this.
I don't understand it very well.
Well, I think I can explain it. Now, a 10-day voyage from San Francisco to Yokohama will show 11 calendar days. But on the return trip, when we cross the international date line eastbound like we just did, we go back one day on the calendar into the old days. So that means a 10-day trip eastbound will show 9 calendar days, whereas the westbound voyage shows 11 calendar days.
But doesn't the 10-day trip ever take just 10 days?
No, ma'am. Now, let me begin again. I think I can explain it to you all right. You see, ordinarily, the day changes with the passing of midnight. But there are always 2 calendar days on the Earth's surface at all times, and that means...
New Zealand now, at the Antipodes, diagonally across the world from Greenwich. The east coast of Australia catches day, as did the east coast of Brazil 12 hours back. The sun now gilds the gold fields. The sands of the interior are tinted too. The great Victoria Desert curving into the dry day. Now, the coast of China. Night trails its kites across the Philippines, the Dutch East Indies, Borneo. Deeper into China, up the Yangtze, past Hankow it spreads. Wait. Those flicks of flame you see, far, far below, are not the Chinese glowworms. Those are men at war. The first such spectacle since morning joined us at the 25th meridian. All quiet on the Gobi Desert to the north. Southward, the night is gone from Java and Australia, too. The guns of Singapore are vigilant and scrutinize the straits. Mandalay lies under heavy rain clouds. Otherwise, you'd make it out. Now, Everest sees the coming day before all Asia to the west. In fact, it's a tight squeeze for the morning, getting by the peak which roofs the planet. 500 million people sleep in India, Afghanistan, the Union of the Soviets. Dawn comes to each of them, to each one's window, arches over each one's head. It's in the tundra in the north of Russia, also in the streets of Takhta Bazar and the market of Termez. At Kreutz, the workers soundly sleep. Now, in a sweeping arc, the dawn cuts through 3 continents. Still Asia in the Urals, Europe where the Russians draw a line, and Africa at easternmost Somaliland. The same light spans the Caspian, the Persian Gulf, the wildest desert of Arabia. Below us in the Syrian morn, there's movement, men and guns afoot. There's stealthy shipping in the foggy Bosphorus. The power plant at Dnipropetrovsk is working through the dawn. The rim moves on to Finland now. At the same time, it founds the pyramid of Cheops. In the scarlet break of day, the tombs of the Egyptian kings are tipped with red lights, warning airplanes. Warring Europe starts up from a fitful sleep. The Congo, in the heart of Africa, awakens tranquilly. The morning, being a celestial thing, cannot begin to comprehend. This is the bleak meridian of trouble. Norway, Poland, Russia, Germany, the Balkans, Libya. Great camps and barracks in each land anticipate the day. But to the fields and lakes and rivers and the partly stormy sky, it's all the same. It always is the same. Slip down the middle length of Africa. Far at the southern tip, two albatrosses circle lazily above the sparkling waters off Good Hope. Cape Town looks at night across the South Atlantic. Night. The very night now solid in Brazil. Two farmers meet in Switzerland, where their adjoining pastures slope down toward the valley. They say the same thing they've been saying now for 27 years of mountain morning.
Morning, Peter.
Morning, Hans.
Nice day.
Yes, very nice.
All well?
Oh, can't complain. And you?
Fine, fine.
Good. See you later.
See you later, Peter.
The North Sea and the Mediterranean are both lit now, and London comes up out of cover. Greenwich gives the day a careless nod and signals it the go-ahead to climb the West Meridians. In vasty hushes, the fresh morning cleans the smudges of the dark out of the mid-Sahara. Off the Gold Coast of deep-rooting Africa, in the wide Guinea Gulf, there's a fight between two sharks, just at the mighty intersection where longitude and latitude each reach zero. Here, the equator meets the mean meridian. The green Atlantic doesn't know it, though. The fighting sharks don't care. The Irish Sea, Gibraltar, and St. Helena swim up out of the Afro-European night. Lisbon and Morocco and Liberia come next, Dakar and the Canaries. And now, all of both continents are in full day. It's all in the Atlantic now, this far-flung fringe of daybreak. We're moving west of Greenwich once again. Now, we are back at latitude 40 degrees north and longitude 25 degrees west. And this is where we started from. Beneath us, there is water, nothing else. The long Atlantic flowing to the north.
You have been listening to Daybreak. The travelogue written and directed by Norman Corwin is number 8 in the Columbia Workshop Cycle 26 by Corwin. The original musical score was composed and conducted by Lynn Murray. The guiding narration was done by Frank Gallup. Laquelio sang the Shango in the Brazilian sequence. Others in the cast were Joan Banks, Clifford Carpenter, Frank Lovejoy, Gilbert Mack, Ed Mayhoff, Don Morrison, Hester Sondergaard, Paul Stewart, Rosalind Green, and Martin Wolfson. 26 by Corwin will return at this same time next week with another original program. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Stay tuned next for the news.
From the NBC newsroom in New York, the National Broadcasting Company now brings you a roundup of editorial comment wired to NBC from newspapers of the United States. Editorials bearing upon today's startling developments in the European conflict, war between Soviet Russia and Germany. Exactly 24 hours ago this very minute, it's 11:30 p.m. in New York, Dr. Paul Joseph Goebbels, Germany's propaganda minister, began reading the text of the declaration that gave Germany's case against the Russians, a declaration which ended with the announcement that Hitler's Nazi army already had launched its attack over the Soviet frontier. This clash between two diplomatic friends on the paper of a non-aggression treaty, is the basis of lead editorials in tomorrow's American press. And now excerpts from those newspaper comments.
From the Worcester, Massachusetts Telegram.
Since America is pledged to aid Britain, the next logical step would seem to be for America to cooperate with Russia as well as with Britain. But logic doesn't always govern in matters of this kind. It is problematical how the American people would react to proposals to give aid to Russia under any circumstances. The American people will wait for President Roosevelt to clarify this very important aspect of the war so far as it affects us.
From the Times of Chicago.
Winston Churchill grimaced mightily when he picked up this new hand he has been dealt. Speaking over the radio, he declared that he had been an enemy of and had fought against communism for 25 years. He declared that he did not unsay a single word he had uttered against communism. Then he announced his government's courageous and realistic decision. Whoever is Nazism's enemy is Britain's ally. Therefore, Britain will give Russia all aid possible. The United States has this same decision to face. The only realistic way to face it is to follow Churchill's path. When one is fighting against a terrible madman, he cannot be too choosy about those who aid him in the fight. It may be necessary to deal with communism's menace to human liberty sometime in the future. But unless Nazism is first wiped out, there will be no human liberties to worry about.
The New York Daily News.
This supreme shift in the war lineup looks like Britain's biggest break in the war up to now. Here were the British almost out on their feet, though as game as ever, and hoping sufficient American aid would get there in time to save them, but rather doubting it. They had come to this desperate pass by what we've called and still call stumble-bum diplomacy. This diplomacy culminated in September of 1939 when the British went to war against Germany, having given Poland a blank check and knowing that Germany and Russia had signed a non-aggression treaty. Britain gave and could give no military aid to Poland, which succumbed in 18 days. In the course of the war to date, British diplomacy has thus incited unfortunate Poland, poor old France, and poor little Holland, Belgium, Yugoslavia, and Greece to fight to their national death. And now the luck of the British pulls another rabbit out of its hat. Hitler suddenly goes back to his first hate, that of Soviet Russia, and hurls his panzers and planes at Stalin. How about the United States? What is to be our course in this war whose whole complexion has changed? Well, there will be some Americans who will be hot for going into the war, hotter than they've been, even, which is pretty hot. We'll probably go on shipping stuff to England under the Lease Land Act and arming ourselves as fast as we can. But it looks to us as if it'll take a very long time to sell Americans the idea of fighting with and for Joe Stalin. We, too, have gotten a reprieve.
The Oregonian of Portland, Oregon.
By his own choice, Hitler has brought about the very situation which, above all others, holds out the possibility of a sudden change in the complexion of the war. His famous intuition, fed by victory, has reached the stage of mania. He could not resist a campaign which promises more of glory than profit. We are only grateful that his violation of the pledged word brings him in conflict with another of his own stripe. If nations must fight, these are the proper two. They are the thieves who have fallen out.
The New York Herald Tribune.
It is idle to say that the war on Russia leaves the American position unaffected. The results which may flow from this new chapter in the vast tragedy are bound inevitably to affect, for good or ill, every human being on this planet. It is folly to say that this will give us more time to prepare if one stops only with that. It does give more time to prepare, and every minute must be used. But it is supremely the time to act as well. Hitler has exposed himself on front, rear, and flank, politically, militarily, and psychologically. Every energy on every level, military and economic, must now be bent on his destruction, for if this chance is lost or frittered away in inaction, none like it will ever come again. There is only one thing which counts today, the security of the United States and the future of its sons and daughters. In that interest, and in that interest alone, the United States must make every ounce of its great energies effective now, seize the forces which lie inherent in the situation, whatever name or flag may be attached to them, and with them help forge a future for itself and for the world.
From the Boston Globe.
The war with Russia is an act of desperation, and the Nazi regime has been driven into it by the urgency of time and the fear of defeat. It means that the German army foresees no prospect for victory against the British Empire this year and decreasing prospects for it thereafter. It means that as a wild gamble, the Third Reich seeks to destroy a vast threat on the flank of its push toward the Middle East, and at the same time to acquire a huge territory capable of supplying food for a Europe facing famine this coming winter, oil for the war machine and the industries seized by the conquerors. A great industrial area where that war machine can be expanded through use of a plant built by the Russians since the first 5-year plan began, that is, if the Russians don't wreck it first.
From the Birmingham, Alabama Herald.
Whatever the past stupidities and treachery of the Soviet leaders, the struggle of the Russian people against the enemy of all mankind deserves our sympathy and support. In the forthright words of Churchill, who has been an unwavering opponent of communism, Russia's danger is our danger and the danger of the United States. We must not permit the wily Hitler to trick us into believing that his is a holy war against Bolshevism. It is nothing of the kind, but the most stupendous raid in history. Should it succeed, he will be bulwarked for a long war against Britain and the United States.
From the Providence, Rhode Island Journal.
Winston Churchill's unequivocal declaration that Britain's vital interests in the defeat of Hitler compels British support of Soviet Russia must apply just as forcefully to American policy for our own security equally demands the defeat of Hitler. We, like the British, must squeeze every drop of advantage out of this war upon the second front. We cannot for a minute indulge in wishful thinking that the war has now switched to the east and that therefore we can relax. Whatever Hitler is giving us and the British is the precious element of time. We must step up production faster and faster. We must get every aid to Britain, for if Hitler wins in Russia, then he turns to the last two great foes. He turns, moreover, strengthened for a longer war by the riches his army have seized. If Britain then falls under the weight of his concentrated attack, the Western Hemisphere is next. Let us not mistake this, that the war against Soviet Russia, instead of turning it from us, brings it closer to our shores. It makes more imperative, therefore, that we produce as never before, so that if and when the blow against England and ourselves comes, we shall be prepared to match Hitler's strength.
Down in Washington, the reaction of senators and representatives was mixed. Here are several statements from Capitol Hill.
Senator George of Georgia, chairman of the Foreign Relations Committee of the Senate.
There is an element of surprise in the German attack because it generally had been assumed that Russia would meet all the demands made upon her. It is now manifest that Hitler does not trust Russia and that he is taking military action to prevent any attack against his eastern flank.
Senator Carter Glass of Virginia.
I hope it means that Germany will operate at the other end of the line for a little while. I don't know how long it will last, but any German involvement in the East will help us to prepare ourselves and to aid Great Britain.
Senator Shanley of Connecticut.
The situation certainly demands that we recheck our sights and move ahead with production in our own defense. The United States should pursue its traditional neutrality.
Representative Wadsworth of New York.
The parallel is strong between Hitler's newest attack and Napoleon's unsuccessful invasion of Russia after he seized control of the rest of Europe. It brings up the thought that the result will be the same depending upon the resistance of Russia.
Senator Claude Pepper of Florida.
We should say to Hitler, we are going to aid anybody who opposes you. The democracies should go to Russia's aid now, even though she is not a democracy. If we don't, we will lose one more nation which could help block Nazism.
Another editorial from the Memphis, Tennessee Commercial Appeal.
No move in this war has had more inherent significance, more ramifications, more probable repercussions. Just now, however, it is obvious that anything that tends to reduce the striking power of Germany and divert it from attacks in full force on Great Britain and the British Empire is water for our mill. It would seem certain to give the British a breather, and barring complications in the Far East, allow the United States to set its house in order more adequately against the day of possible all-out crisis.
From the Register of Des Moines, Iowa.
One thing is clear as crystal to all who focus exclusively on America's own national security. In cold-blooded terms, it is that no matter how much we dislike the present Russian regime, the stronger Russia's resistance now, the more successful it is in maintaining an area of embarrassing resistance to Hitler, the better it will be. For the dangerous power of totalitarianism in the world, the one with the resources capable of threatening us, is the Nazi power and none other.
Over in Japan, officials have been called into a special meeting, cabinet members, military and navy heads. Emperor Hirohito has ordered the meeting to discuss Japan's obligations under her two treaties, one pledging help to Germany, the other pledging no attack against Soviet Russia. Here are today's newspaper editorials from Japan.
From the Yomiuri Shimbun.
At present, what is watched with keen interest is the future attitude of Britain and the United States. It is a question whether Britain will make a start for peace with Germany, taking the opportunity to cooperate and present a united front against the Soviets, or whether, in concert with the Kremlin, it will continue the war. The United States, however, has the initiative in continuance of the anti-German war, and Britain herself cannot afford to decide on a peace. In any case, Japan will be affected, and the empire should be cautious and not take the wrong course.
From still another Japanese newspaper, Hokkei Shimbun.
Japan shouldn't indulge in utilitarianism, but should always keep in mind the international facts and world peace, which are the supreme conception of the imperial diplomacy, strictly refraining from rash actions.
And from still another Japanese newspaper, Asahi Shimbun.
Hitler has come to feel the necessity for making preparation for a long war instead of adhering to the tactics of carrying out landing assaults against the British Isles. It is advantageous to Germany to knock down the Soviet before the United States participates.
And that ends NBC's roundup of newspaper editorial comment upon the war between Nazi Germany and Soviet Russia. We suggest that you keep tuned to your NBC station for full coverage of all war developments. It was NBC shortwave monitors who last night flashed first news of the outbreak of Soviet-Nazi hostilities. From its staff of American reporters in capitals of Europe and Asia, the National Broadcasting Company today received regular on-the-spot reports with additional and frequent summaries from the NBC newsroom here in New York. Regularly scheduled news periods will be augmented with special reports, and bulletin matter of importance is brought to listeners as soon as it is received.
And that's the way it was on June 21st and June 22nd, 1941. My name is Henry Chop, your host. Can you imagine you're sitting there listening to the radio and all of a sudden all these bulletins start coming in with Germany invading Russia, and you've got to be wondering, what is going on here? Because you thought those two were allies, that they were one and the same almost. Just a crazy situation. I forgot to mention, after this upload is done, we have a movie double feature. It's Saturday night, so we have a movie night. And the two films that we are going to feature as soon as this is done is Power Dive with Richard Arlen and Gene Parker. That's a B movie. And Frank Capra's Meet John Doe with Gary Cooper and Barbara Stanwyck, and that is a classic movie. And like always, I put in some, well, not always, I do as much as I can, but I put in a bunch of extra short subjects and all kinds of stuff to simulate the movie-going experience of 1941. So you might want to stay tuned for that. It's a very interesting program, and it starts in just a little bit. And also, speaking of just a little bit, we're going to have a word from, from our sponsors, which is me. But I'll tell you what we're going to listen to tomorrow night. We're going to flash back to 1938, and Monday night, or if you are watching this in the playlist, what'll be coming up in the next video in this 1941 playlist, depending on how you're watching it. If you enjoy the content of this channel, not only subscribe, but please donate to its upkeep. Because of the vintage radio, music, and films that we share, this channel does not qualify for YouTube monetization. Help motivate us to consistently post this wonderful content. We like to think that this channel is more interesting and entertaining than any other World War II channel on YouTube. Help us keep going by donating. In the expanded description section to this video, you will find two links for which to donate. One is for PayPal and the other is for a GoFundMe. If the GoFundMe link is outdated on this video, go to this channel's description or our latest video where you will find an updated link. Any little bit helps. If you love old-time radio, film, and music, don't forget to subscribe to this channel and click on the bell icon to get notifications as to when a new upload will premiere. If you are interested in World War II as much as I am, check out our other channel, the World War II newspaper channel. Expand the description section to this video and you will see a link that will take you there. Now, I'd suggest listening to the latest upload to decide if it's your thing. Over there, you will hear the Chicago Tribune read to you for between 90 minutes to 2 hours. You will get a much more detailed look about what it was like to actually live through World War II than I can give you just by sharing radio broadcasts. You will not only hear detailed news of the big battles and historical events, you will hear trivial facts about the war. You will hear news from the United States home front from the early stages of U.S. mobilization and war protests to Pearl Harbor and the ramping up of the war machine to the final victories and reconversion. You will hear every facet of American life change forever. Tomorrow night, we are going to spotlight January 11th and 12th, 1941. We're going to go to, 1938. January 11th and 12th, 1938, as we flash back to 1938 again, as we put up the videos that we had up before on my defunct channel. So we're going to work on those once again tomorrow. We are going to have Jerry of the Circus, actually 2 episodes of that, one for each date. The Northwestern University Workshop production of The Fall of the City, and that is going to be a treat. Calling All Cars, which is a great police drama. If you haven't heard an episode of this is a great series. And then, like I said, another episode of Jerry of the Circus as we get into January 12th. And then we have the Cavalcade of America and Eddie Cantor and Texaco Town, and they do a parody of Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. So you'll find that very interesting. You'll find that funny, actually. Not only interesting, but funny. So we're going to cover 2 dates tomorrow night. And then, if you are watching this in the 1941 playlist, after the movie that we have, you'll be going into radio from June 23rd, 1941, and we will have The Adventures of Superman, we will have the Goldbergs, Lum and Abner, then The Adventures of Superman, The Lone Ranger, the Chamber Music Society of Lower Basin Street, the Lux Radio Theater production of Shop Around the Corner, and the Cavalcade of America and the story of Joel Chandler. So either way you're watching, we have some great vintage radio for the next couple nights. Until then, my name is Henry Chop. I'm your host. Let's turn off this old tube radio. That's our time machine. And I will see you under the big glowing marquee as we get ready to go see that late night double feature. Good night. God bless.
This changing world, this changing scene, where is it taking us? What does it mean? As long as we're certain of each other, we know we don't have to be afraid. These changing times we rise above. We have no time for them. We have our love, and love is the only thing that still remains the same through all this change.